What's going on, good people? I see the jokes down there. Yeah, trying to figure out why the show haven't started yet, but the show about to get started going to be more or less reacting to the channel. It's complicated. Y'all seen me and Game Changer do a lot of really good shows reacting to the show where the guy goes on the streets and asks women a lot of really complicated questions. Actually, really simple questions that adults ought to be able to answer. But in this society, men have been more or less quiet when it comes to those kind of questions. So a lot of people is hitting them for the first time. It's hitting them for the first time, and they don't know what to do with it. So it's always interesting to break down and analyze these things. And it's complicated guy apparently teamed up with Kevin Samuels and Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, two people who came more or less out of this space. So it's definitely worth the watch. I'm definitely about to dive into it, give my breakdown and analysis of everything. So without further ado, using Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews term, without further ado, let's get this thing started. Let's go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, good people? What's up, good people? We are in the building, back in here with another one. I'm not feeling. I know I'm jumping off the screen, but something don't look right with the camera, and I can't explain it, but we just gonna roll with it. Something ain't looking right, and I can't explain it. Give me one quick half a second. One quick half a second. That's good. All right. We rolling with it. All right, let's go. Did a pre-recorded video that dropped this morning at 8:30, and I think the camera was looking better. Oh, that looks all messed up. Look at that in the background. Build it while you fly it. I don't like how that's going on back there because I changed something. Give me 1 second, then we're gonna get this show started. One second. Now it's funny, even though I'm all the way over here, y'all should be able to still hear me on this mic, even though I'm over here playing around with stuff. So give me 1 second, because there's some bad settings I got going on. They got this monitor looking all crazy. And I want to get that I dotted and T crossed before I get this show on the road. I want to get that I dotted and T crossed before I get the show on the road. All right. All right, we in here. We back. Oh no, we not back. TBE Trucking in the building. What's going on? Shout out to TBE Trucking. And shout out to RM, who just joined the Patreon. Shout out to RM. All right. That should be it. All right, that should be it. Okay. All right. Had to turn the camera off when I got up and walked around. I didn't want y'all to know that I was in my underwear. So that's why I got to turn the camera off when I get up and walk around. But what's going on, good people? What's going on, good people? Welcome to the show. Why the hell is that still doing that? Okay, I know why. Just give me a second. This is the last time. I promise I got it right after this one. All right. All right, we in here. We taking whatever we got at this point. Nigga, are you free balling the show? Yes. Get the mic right. All right, we in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to the early bird squads, those that make it in bright and early and drop a comment before I even get things all the way going, all the way set up and started here. Shout out to Too Dirty in the building. That's a funny name. Watch Gamer Channel. Shout out to RM. Shout out to Wash, the Gamer Channel. Says Bernard must be getting his root chakra aligned. I don't even know what root chakra is. Y'all just be making up words. It was I think Dr. Umar Johnson who started that. First person I heard saying that. I really don't even know what it means. Logan, Watch Gamer Channel back in the building. Deacon Dave, shout out to Deacon Dave, channel member. Shout out to Little Rock 2517. Jedi said in the building. David, just not a regular name at all. Just got not a YouTube name at all. Just John. Peter, just go to regular old name, YouTube name. I'm used to weird stuff like Jedi said. He just went with Dave. All right. He says, shout out to Kev and MTR, and It's Complicated. That collab was fire. Absolutely, absolutely. I like to see stuff like that. I like to see brothers who came out of this. Shout out to Rod of God podcast in the building. Shout out to Gail at Night, dropping the super sticker on it, getting it started off right. Do appreciate you, Gail. Shout out to Rod. I think I got to send you an email after the show, Rod. Got to send you an email. But no, I like to see brothers who came up out of this space. MTR, Kevin Samuels, they expanding out. They doing the on the street thing, on the street in Vegas, interrogating the women. You can see in the thumbnail. Actually, you can see it in the clip playing behind you. It was a white and a Latino woman they was interrogating. They actually interrogated some some sisters later on in the second half of it. We're probably going to get all into that as well. But without further ado, we're about to go ahead and get it started. Do a breakdown of this. How did y'all like the show that I did on, what was that, Monday? Because today is Wednesday. I took Tuesday off. The show I did on Monday when Rod was on there, Game Changer was on there, and had 3 women on there. It was a fun show. Shows like that are fun when you get a lot of pushback. When it's a lot of disagreement. I had too many pick-me's on the panel. I gotta find somebody who gonna disagree and really fight us on our points. I gotta do that next time I do that, and I plan on doing that again soon. I plan on doing that again soon. So be on the lookout for that one. Rod said they didn't take any of the bait. Yeah, they didn't take any of the bait, wanted no smoke, LOL. But no, in general, they I mean, Jackie Jack generally agrees. Jackie Jack's a interesting case where she makes a lot of really good points. Like Jackie Jack is good at arguing the points, good at, thinking on her feet and having a quick, an accurate response. But when she started talking, she ended up telling on herself. But Jackie Jack is actually good. She real good. She's like at like Jessica X type level when it comes to arguing the points. Now that's really Jessica X's true talent. It's not the avatar in the voice. Her true talent is that she's a good debater when it comes to a lot of these talking points. She's like quick witted. I don't care about the avatar and the accent. That's what some of y'all on, but that I don't that means nothing to me. Ain't nobody ever. I mean, I ain't going there, but no. Oh no, listen, hey, Rod, I guarantee you, I can get you. Oh, RM, don't be bringing. See, I was about to bring up some of Jackie Jack's downsides. That steam. I was about to bring up her downside. She did come up and argue one time that STEAM belongs in STEM because she's technically got a STEAM degree, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. She's in that arts. So she did try to argue that one time. But other than that, Jackie Jack stay on point. She stay on point until she just keeps talking, and then I catch her telling on herself. Saladin El Rahim says Jessica and Fit have the RP, I think red pill, memorized. Yeah, that's really that's Myron's true talent. He's like a damn facsimile. I forgot the name of the thing. The thing that he could just spit out. He could spit out information no matter what's said. He knows the quick stock answer and can spit it out real fast. Donovan Sharp is good at that. Certain people are just good at just they hear something and they just just boom, just spit out the right answer real quick. Some people that's their talent when it comes to this. They got all the arguments, all the possible questions, and all the possible answers memorized, and they just go right to it. And when you're good at picking apart what's logically flawed in somebody else's argument, that helps too. Debating is a skill. Debating is an underrated skill in this. Everybody has the same information. It's really how well you communicate it and how good you are at debating it. But Uncle Sue, the old man on the block, says, salute, supporting the show. Time for you and I to do a collaboration on my show on single fatherhood. I'm with it. Make it happen. Hit me on the email. Give me the time and date. Preferably in the afternoon and or night. I will be there. Give me the time and date. I will be there. Somebody said red pill reflexes. Damn, that's a good one. RM said Ed and Game Changer are sharp like that too. Ed be running on too long and digressing. Ed know his stuff, but he don't be landing that plane sometimes. he just got to land the plane. But shout out to Ed. Ed be going in. But all right, yeah, let's dig into this. About 160 people in here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. As we get this thing going, as we proceed. Make sure you hit the like button. And excuse me. Snuggles, you don't count. Al Boogie, that's not accurate. Ed does actually land the plane. He take the long way. He's supposed to be flying from Michigan to Atlanta. He will stop all the way in California. We'll go to Bangkok. We'll end up in Russia. We'll stop in New Orleans for a little bit, and then make his way to Atlanta. You just gotta let him keep flying. Eventually, he's gonna make it to his destination. But shout out to Edward Anderson. And shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks. Do appreciate you coming through. Put 5 on it. Says hit the like button. Y'all definitely hit the like button. Let people know y'all in the building. But without further ado, let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
What are women going to do to replace or make the new Las Vegas?
Okay, but as in 30 years ago, were women allowed to do that?
But then women have to be frontline on the military. You know, you can't just want the CEO jobs. You also got to dig the ditches. And do you think the average woman wants to do the dirty, ugly jobs?
I do not. I don't.
I thought you said you're not toxic.
I'm not at this point.
Hey, these chicks was wilding. I don't even know if I'm going to make it all the way to the part where they was on, but these chicks was wilding. They said, like, the stuff they said is worth this whole separate show or this whole separate pre-record. It was wild. It was wild.
Did you lie to me?
No, if they did that to me, then it's just like, if you get me, I gotta get you. That ain't toxic.
That's toxic as shit.
That's payback.
All right, guys, you're looking at the thumbnail. You're looking at
that wasn't even the worst part of that. That was something right there. That was definitely something.
the title of the video. Y'all already know what time it is. It is time to get active. We are here on the streets of Vegas, getting it popping, asking the questions and getting the answers that you guys want to see. You understand me? Kevin, what's up?
What's going on?
Look, I know it's a lot of and I put it like this. I'm just gonna say this. I like to see successful brothers. I like to see it. These two men are very successful. I don't know nobody who got a problem with MTR. Some people got their problem with Kevin Samuels, but at the end of the day, look, it's two brothers who are successful. I'm going to acknowledge it. I don't care who it is, whether it was like MTR has always been like pretty much my, one of my favorite YouTubers, right. But whether or not you're my guy that I'm rooting for or not, either way it go, I like to see us becoming becoming successful. Like to see brothers coming successful. So this is a good thing. I know a lot of people made some criticisms, and I can't argue with. Let me just throw this out there. Ain't no way in hell they should have took that picture in front of those Valentine's Day cards. let me just throw that out there. They should not have taken that picture. I don't know if it was Valentine's Day or Valentine's Day weekend. They should have found somewhere else to take that damn picture. I was like, come on. I was like, come on. Go on, Rod. Go on, man. I don't think that was. Can we chalk that up to coincidence? That they just, like, hey, let's get a quick. They was walking down the street and they just said, we just gonna get a quick picture, and they just turned and stopped and just took the picture, and it just happened to be a bunch of Valentine's Day paraphernalia behind them. That's the story that we going with. No, but I'm just playing. No, listen. Cut it out. But no, they should have looked at that picture, saw that background, and like, hold on, let's move over about 5 feet to the left and snap this bad boy again. But anyway, they know this YouTube space. They know they knew what was gonna happen with that one. Tom Chambers, 2003. Tom Chambers, 2003, with the 99-cent super sticker. Shout out to you. Appreciate you coming through and supporting. Thank you for coming on through and supporting. Ice in the building says, great background that showed why they were. See, I don't even know what you're talking about there. And Educated Lame said Photoshop or something. See, I ain't one of the. See, okay, some people gonna be like, see, look, they're gay. But no. But I'm not on that. I'm not on that. But it's they're gonna catch some jokes. I'm not against people. All right, I don't find a way to come at people. But if you do something goofy, you're going to catch some jokes from me. That's about it. You're going to catch some jokes. That's it. That's all. He said, yeah, hold on. Rod, you said it was a failed clout chase. Who exactly was clout chasing? I mean, yeah, Kevin Samuels his channel was a lot bigger than Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, but Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews got a he got a big channel. He got a big successful channel. I mean, they not 100% at parity with it, because Kevin Samuels' channel is bigger, but they are two people who, in terms of YouTube content creators, yeah, those are two people that can stand in the same room. I can't say one person is clout chasing over on another one like that, With my little bitty channel, it'd be clout chasing with me if I try to get in the picture and then post it all over the place. Like, yeah, I'm doing big things. I'm out here with MTR, because yeah, I got just about 9,000 subs to his 309,000 subs. So that I would look clout chasey in the picture. But the two of them, nah, those two people who, YouTube success wise can stand in the room together. Thank you, Paul Game. That's where I'm at. Two Black Manosphere Titans collaborating. Yes. Absolutely. That's where I'm at with it. That is where I'm at with it. That's what I like to see. But they could have they should have found somewhere else to stand. That's all. They're gonna catch some jokes. Nobody's above catching some jokes, but I ain't about to make a big, I didn't like how some people was making a big stink about it, but no, they're gonna catch some jokes for that one. That's expected. But anyway, digging back into it. Hey, Paul Game, I appreciate that. Says, yeah, BR, you can stand in with them from a brain standpoint. I got you. Well, first off, Paul Game, I appreciate that. I was speaking just in terms of YouTube success. Yeah, I would. But yeah, no, I do appreciate what you're saying right there. In Rod the God podcast, he said I meant clout chasing a viral moment. You think they did that on purpose, though? I wouldn't think they do that on purpose. I wouldn't think that. That's an interesting take on it. We're going to take a picture. We know everybody's going to talk about it. Let's give them something to talk about. I don't think they would do that. See, I don't think they would do that. Paul Game says possibly Rod like shit. You know what? If it's a next level of hitting the algorithm that I don't know about, that I'm not in on, and I don't want to be in on that. But hey, maybe that was on purpose just to make sure it gets shared more and talked about more. Maybe. But anyway, we about to get back into the video. Shout out to the Patreons. And like I said, RM just became a Patreon. One thing that she said is the time to become a Patreon is at the beginning of the month, so you don't get charged twice. You don't want to become a Patreon on the 20th and then get charged, $5, and then you get hit with another $5 on the first. No, you want to become a Patreon at the beginning of the month. Now's the time to do it. Got to drop some more Patreon content for y'all. But shout out to everybody who's a Patreon. I got to get RM's name in lights on the screen when I get a chance. But shout out to everybody in the building. Let's dig back into this. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. But I like to see successful brothers doing successful things. I like it.
What is going on, man? Nieces and nephews, kin folks and cousins, we out here in Las Vegas. I'm on the hunt for the elusive Shirley and Karen Maximus. Have not found them yet. Oh, looks like a potential candidate. She might need to buy a dog or die alone. Next.
Without further ado,
Why is it that a woman's love is more likely something that needs to be earned through courtship than a man's love?
Because women desire more things than men, I think. As in, like, love and affection. And men are like, let's get some.
schizo,
Let's get some.
schizophrenic.
No, let's get some.
Oh, let's get some.
Yeah.
It's complicated. What about you?
I think that women just like desire respect more than men do.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
So you don't think that men don't want to be respected?
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
yeah,
So you don't think
it's like desire respect.
Yeah.
it's complicated? What about you?
I think that women just like desire respect more than men do.
Uh-oh.
Now, what kind of upside down world do they live in if they think women desire respect more than men? But a man would take respect over love. Like a man that it's like it's when you ask them questions, you find out that they live in the upside down world. She literally said that women desire respect more than men. That just goes to show these modern times what's happening. A lot of women are acting and thinking like men. Indigenous. I was telling Kevin Samuels jokes. It wasn't the Kevin Samuels jokes. And well, somebody just delete that message. Just I don't want the negative. Well, shit. Okay. Don't time that out. Just delete it. It wasn't the Kevin Samuels jokes. It was something else you said that I don't allow in my chat room. But anyway, digging back into it.
Yeah,
So you don't think that men don't want to be respected by their lady in a relationship?
Oh, for sure. You just don't have to earn it. You just have to act it all the time. Like,
So I guess so.
You don't have to earn it, you just have to act it. What the hell? See, y'all thrown me off because I'm watching the chat and I'm thrown off from the scent of where I was going with this.
So you don't think that men don't want to be respected by their lady in a relationship?
oh, for sure. You just don't have to earn it. You just have to act it all the time. Like,
So I guess the question is through courtship, why is it that women expect so much, and that's kind of the standard? Why is it not as even for men to expect as much from a woman?
Well, look at society. Society is always more for the woman, you know, like the homemaker. She's the one giving you children. She's the one who's cleaning your house. She's the one who's doing your laundry from back in the day. So you take those values that we've like learned about as little kids from our grandparents, and then you see them now and you're like, men aren't the same these days. No, it's a different society.
So we're going to talk back in the day. I think also back in the day, men were sacrificed in war. So why is it not seen as an equal, if not greater, contribution?
I think because society views women as weak, and so that's why they weren't drafted.
Do you guys believe in that a patriarchy still exists in America?
Yeah, I would say probably.
Uh-oh.
Now, this is an important part of it because the chick right here, she said here and there. And there's really no such thing as that. But we about to roll it. We about to roll it.
Stop.
that's a hard one.
So let me, can I ask a follow up to that? And then, so if you believe that a patriarchy still exists in America, you think that men are actively oppressing women in our society today?
I think it depends on the man, and it depends on how they grew up with the type of family, because we are kind of getting out of that type of society. But I mean, it takes time.
So if we say that it depends on the man, can't one assume that it's not a system put in place that we still live by today that is oppressing women? Because you're saying that there's maybe some men with some patriarchal type of views.
Yeah.
Now that's an important point. That's an important point that I have made multiple times. The one that I have made multiple times. And the same thing even happens with same thing even happens when we get into the race discussions, when somebody will say, okay, we live in a system that's racist, or a system of white supremacy or whatever. You know, somebody can get all the way into that. What I would argue that is more individuals. Okay, an individual man can be patriarchal, however they define patriarchy, but you cannot say that we have a system of patriarchy, a system where women are systematically put at the bottom. There's no way they can say that. So once they acknowledge that, then they shouldn't even use the term patriarchy in any type of way to say that it's oppressive at all, when they got full freedom, creative control to do whatever they want, however they want. It's like nothing is stopping them. But again, they use that term, and it does turn into the same thing that I get on a lot of our melanated folks about, when they start trying to, you know, find racism under every rock. You know, they start trying to do that. And then, you know, it ends up being the same exact thing when they start talking about patriarchy. Because one time I did a stream where I looked up what they mean, their definition, and what they say, what they actually think it is. Like, they literally blame everything on it. They blamed everything from sexism, homophobia, global warming, any war, famine, anything that's bad in the world, they call it patriarchy. Like, that's what they do with it. But the mere fact that, what you're going to hear in this conversation, the mere fact, the more that they talk, the more that they yeah, I am the victim of limits. The more that they talk, the more that they speak, the more that they say, you're going to find out that you're clearly not living in some type of patriarchy with the type of freedoms that you have, the ability that you have to live the type of life that you want to live. They're not living in a patriarchy as they would define it in any way, shape, or form.
And that disprove the original thing that you said?
I suppose, yeah. Here and there. We said here and there.
Oh,
I got a question. So if we dismantle the patriarchy, who's going to build the world?
Women and men. Women engineers, if like
I'm an engineer.
And RM, as far as that, the only one I want you to actually be dropping in there is my most recent pre-record. Just when you drop a previous video, just always drop the most recent pre-record. You could always do that, because the most recent one is the one I want jumping in that. The most recent one is the one I want jumping in that algo. So thank you for that. The one that I dropped this morning. Right. Now, Indigenous TV, you got me looking for every one of your comments. But the idea that Becky is a clear departure from Keisha when Becky taught Keisha, no. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. I think a good argument is made when they talk about, Western versus non-Western women, but any woman that's a child of the West is feminist. If feminist ideals is a problem for you as a man, if you're a woman, if you're dealing with women who are from the West, then they're affected by it in some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form. But when you talk about those, overseas, I get that argument. I understand that argument completely 100% because it's a whole different world over there. People are cultured differently. Now they're getting more Western. But people are, people are raised different. They are. And it's a weird thing that happens in this space where, they will, some people will say that, like Becky is, this or that or so much better or blah, 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 blah. It's all good, whatever. They say whatever they want to say. And I'm not even trying to tell them they're wrong. But what I'm saying is, if you watch, just go watch Fresh and Fit. Those chicks be on some clueless stuff with some bad ideas floating around in their head and just saying the stuff out loud. Like, it be a lot of the same stuff. Now, in terms of just that raw aggression that would lead to, Tommy Sotomayor getting punched in the face like that, I don't think they do that as much. I think Dr. Tiasan Johnson just did something just proving that don't happen as much with between white women and white men. But regardless, they be on a lot of the same nonsense. That part is undeniable. Just listen to the words that are coming out of their mouth.
Okay.
What percentage of women are in engineering school, would you think?
Oh, I bet you it's less than 20, probably maybe even less than 10.
So, and then if you look at the infrastructure, power, transportation, which women are all capable of doing, but do women want to do those jobs?
Depends on the woman.
And women are free to choose to do them. So by the numbers, it's fair to say women have chosen that they don't want to.
I mean, who wouldn't want to stay at home and look pretty all day?
But that's the patriarchy.
but that exactly.
It is.
Now, you could barely hear what Kevin Samuels said right there. You could barely hear what he said because the mic wasn't exactly in his face. But when she said, well, we're not doing those hard jobs, we're only doing them at like a 10, 20% rate or whatever she said. And then it was like, well, yeah, who wouldn't want to stay home and be pretty all day? You couldn't hear Kevin Samuels off the mic, but he said, and that's the patriarchy. The Lapeef Network, I believe, I didn't watch it, but I just saw the thumbnail and the title. It said, does the patriarchy help women? It actually does. The more men are helped and elevated, the more women are going to be cared for and protected. That's just a brute fact of reality. It's a brute fact of nature. The better men are doing, the better women will be doing. If you talk about helping women to be able to do better in the context that men have always, tried to do better, then all you're doing is you're empowering women to not need a man, to not be able to be pretty in at home or whatever she said. You're empowering them to be able to get it on their own and be by themselves, take care of kids by themselves, raise kids by themselves. We know the results of that. So the patriarchy, the thing that they view as this negative thing, is actually the thing that gives women and children an easier and better life. Now I'm all for, opening the door that, they, in the name of fairness and equality, yes, the opportunity should be there for them to do whatever they want. But when you look at the mere fact that they're chasing and thriving for it to put a point to the point where they want full equality, if female employment supersedes male employment, they're going to say, yeah, that's good. If female wages supersedes male wages, they're going to say, yeah, that's good, that's great. It's like they're in full compete mode with men, and being in compete mode with men means that you're not working with or partnering with men, which means society crumbles if men and women aren't partnered together. That's just the brute fact of reality. It creates that situation, men over here, women over there, and women end up over there with the children. We see that on steroids amongst the Black community.
It is. It really is. There are men that do it. There are men that are stay-at-home dads. Yeah.
Probability and possibility.
You don't want them. You don't like them. You hate them. You don't respect them. So quit saying there are men who are stay-at-home dads. Yeah. One of the biggest indicators of that a divorce is possibly on the rise is if the woman starts making more money than the man. It's one of the biggest indicators.
There's a difference between the anecdotal than the norm.
And I don't think it's because, and they try to say it's because the man got intimidated or felt insecure. No, it's because the woman lost respect for him when she figured out that, she can make more money than him.
So if we dismantle the patriarchy that gave you beautiful Las Vegas and all these buildings, what are women going to do to replace or make the new Las Vegas?
Okay, but as in 30 years ago, were women allowed to do that? Probably. Yes. Well, maybe they were, but was it normal for that? No.
Oh, shoot, I almost skipped past that part. Now, that was a telling part right there when he said, if you dismantle the patriarchy, well, then who's going to build this whole wonderful Las Vegas? And it's like, no. They're like, no. We're glad that all this wonderful stuff is here. We're glad that all this wonderful stuff is here. We're not trying to dismantle the patriarchy and lose all this wonderful stuff. We just want to make sure that we're able to commandeer everything that you evil men built when you were in charge and running the world. That's what they're saying. We want to make sure that we want to make sure that we can cop our 50-50 share of it, or 60-40 share of it, probably let them have it. But we want to make sure we can cop our at least 50-50 share of all this stuff now that is here. But take it down to zero and then build it up? No. That's not what we're doing here. That would be too much like equality. No. We don't want that. We just want to take the shit after it's already here. Shout out to Osama Abdul, said, "B, are you attending the MOE experience in June?" I am a guest speaker at the event. So yes, I will be there. Big Poke Dog in the building with the $10 super chat says, salute to you. I do appreciate it. Sun is Hot Rod in the building says, oh, just wait till it gets to the sisters. They're worse. They might as well have tattooed across their foreheads, I'm ratchet. Now what? That was bad. That was bad. I might open it up by the time I make it there. Indigenous TV says, Kevin needs to stop talking about all these things that already happened. The buildings and societies have already been built. The kids have been enjoying the playground for too long. He can't win with that argument. I think he did win with that argument. I think he adequately pointed out to them that these things that you're looking at are the benefits of this thing that you're saying is a problem. They're saying that the patriarchy and men being in charge, men running the world, men building the world, men are the problem. But look at the world that you live in. There's all these big, beautiful buildings. I forgot what she says she does for a living, but she works some easy job and some, I don't know what she is. I forgot what she said. She's going to say later on what she do, but a world has been built that she can just, take some basic classes at college and get a degree and go make, I think whatever she said she did, probably pay like $75,000 a year working in some air conditioned cubicle, just doing some fairly basic work. Like that's the patriarchy. That's what has been built. That's what you're benefiting from. That's what you should be happy with. You have no complaints about the system that's created and built and structured in a way that allows you to succeed, but you're talking about it as if it's preventing or prohibiting you from succeeding. But you're extremely comfortable in it. Take away that system, take away everything that's been built, then you have nothing. So no, I don't see how he's going to lose with that argument. He's only losing if you're. I don't explain to me how he's losing with that argument. Kiss My Asperger's in the building says if Putin blows it up, maybe they can rebuild it. I mean, okay. Sometimes we pretend like we don't understand what a thought experiment is. that's just a weird thing. Sometimes I don't understand what a thought experiment is. Like I don't like all the arguments when you try to say, when you create a scenario that really just demonstrates the nature of man and woman. But there's nothing wrong with doing that. It highlights to them the flaw in their argument. Now, whether or not they're going to keep winning and benefiting, that's a whole nother story. Of course, they're going to keep winning and benefiting, but it is an argument that checkmates them into just shutting the hell up and enjoying what they got. So I don't think he's losing. If you have a different objective in your mind or some different definition of what he's defining as winning, and you're saying he's not doing that, like then maybe you could say that. But no, I don't see how he's losing. But I'll let you explain that one. But Herb in the building says Indigenous TV. So what are you saying? There is no more buildings being built in the world. The ones already built are never maintained. That's a good point as well. All right.
And it's still
women have chosen professions that are more people-based, humanities, and things like this. But you take the good with the bad. That's what I'm saying. If we want to dismantle the patriarchy, all for it. But then women have to be frontline on the military. You can't just want the CEO jobs. You also got to dig the ditches. And do you think the average woman wants to do the dirty, ugly jobs?
I do not. I don't.
For the patriarchy.
No, I'm not. I'm more of a business person. I'm not gonna go out and I'm an insurance agent. So
what I'm saying, if the patriarchy has made the economy that makes it such that you can be a business person.
Yes, but
that a
do I
good
want to
thing?
work construction? No. Do I want to be drafted? No.
So you want
So again, how is he losing? He just made her eat her argument. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, he's not losing. I don't understand that. We're not going to work extra hard to pin an L on a man. He's not losing that argument. She is saying something is wrong with the patriarchy, but the patriarchy is the system even though I think is being tore down right now, but it's still the system that was in place that built the world. Where yes, those ditches got digged and coal mines got mined and all that stuff got done and all the buildings got built and everything got done to where we're in a fully functional society, to where we got fat poor people. Like that's how wonderful of a society that we're in, that we have poor fat people. Like let that sink in. And she's speaking against that. But she's sitting there also saying, but no, I don't want to do all those hard things that make it run. I'm an insurance agent. I want to sit in an air-conditioned office space and talk to people on the phone and show them how they could save money on their car insurance by switching to Geico and make about $70K a year doing it. And then he pointed out, okay, good, you're for the patriarchy. And she's like, oh, well, no, you are for the patriarchy. Like, own it. Like, no, that's a win in the argument. So I don't get I don't get how that's a loss. Like, I don't listen, I'm not trying to get into the manosphere politics and everything going, but this whole thing right there, the point of his interview is to shame women. Like, what are y'all, some damn bleeding hearts? What the hell? Quit like, wait, what the y'all shedding a tear and lighting a candle for their feelings right now? Like, what the hell? What's going on? I don't get this stuff. Thank you. Elijah Mitchell said, point out facts and observable reality is now shaming. Yeah. Like, y'all, I mean, what the hell? Why is y'all trying to protect them from criticism? Like, what is going on here? Like, come on. Like, that's where y'all at? I mean, I didn't say that, protect the Black Queen, but yeah, I mean, like, come on. Like, this is something I shouldn't have to argue in not my chat room, not you know. Why you? All right, I ain't going.
Want men to continue to do those jobs.
Yeah. Because I'm totally, completely opposite of her, and I would totally do it. I would be on the front lines. I would do like the hard work.
But
Would you be on the front lines if they didn't have special requirements for women? Meaning you had to do the same. Okay.
so if the military didn't change the standards for women, you would still want to do it?
Yes.
So there could be an argument there that you wouldn't even meet the standards for that, right? Like, let's say in the military, there's like a 30 pull-up requirement. How much is it?
200-pound deadlift and a 75-pound pack. So most women have been able to do the 200-pound deadlift, but they didn't have the 75-pound pack. Plus, we've changed those standards to accommodate women. And do we get a more military-ready machine that way? Do you think Russia? Do you think China? Do you think they fear a group of men or a group of well-trained women?
I think they fear a group of well-trained soldiers. It doesn't matter, man or woman. They are. It doesn't.
I want a well-trained running back on my football team. It doesn't matter, man or woman. That's basically what she's saying. We need a well-trained running back. Yeah, the Chicago Bears defense, they fear a well-trained running back. Gender does not matter. Like, come on.
Well, and that's one thing I don't understand. Why women just resist understanding that this is why you don't see in Las Vegas when you go out. You don't see a group of well-trained female bouncers.
It depends, because where I'm from, I do see a couple well-trained.
Is that the norm or is that the outlier?
I mean, it looks pretty normal to me.
Oh my goodness. You see, like, look, this is what some people don't understand. Women won the media war and the propaganda war. And if your ideas are propagandized throughout the media and they get inceptioned into the brains of people, it's going to affect the way people vote, and it's going to affect policies, and it's going to affect the laws, and it's going to affect the culture, and going to affect everything that leads us here talking about a lot of the stuff that we talk about on the internet. That's why I can't go with the notion that when men are from a media standpoint pushing back on the stupidity of their arguments, that we are saying that they trying to shame women. No, it's a media war going on here. It's a propaganda war. It's an information war. Like, come on. Like just going back to what we was just talking about before. Like we got to cut that out. I mean, we don't have, okay, let me just say, I don't care what other people do on their channel or how they do it or what they do. They are free to do whatever they want to do. Nothing but love and respect. But, hey, go do you. I'm just saying over here, no, we don't. I don't consider that shaming a woman. And even if he was, so what if he gaslighting, shaming and gaslighting them into thinking they stupid and realizing that they stupid. So what? Like, I mean, but ignore that last part that I said. Ignore that last part that I said. Just take the first part. All right, getting back into it.
Why? My question is, this is an honest question. Why does that the realities that we can see? Why does that seem to confound or upset or frustrate women so much?
It doesn't necessarily frustrate me, or like, I can't speak for all women, but all I'm saying is that I would do it. I would go ahead and, test my limits and, give you a run for your money.
I want to set up a quick question for you guys, and I want to take a look at your answers. So let's say that you were hanging off the edge of a cliff, and you were blindfolded, and you were going to drop off that cliff, and you know that there's a man on the left side that will pull you up, or a woman on the right side that would pull you up, and you had to choose one or the other. You cannot choose both. Who would you choose to help pull you up?
Instinctively. It depends on what hand went up.
No, I'm saying, who would you choose, the man or the woman, to help pull you up? And your life depended on it, without knowing their body sizes and compositions.
No, I guess the man, yeah.
The man.
But it's just instinct. Like, if my other hand went up and it was the woman, I mean,
You might die.
that's okay.
You might plummet to your death.
The way he asked the question is, although it was you have to make a choice, the man or the woman, and that's what tends to confound women, because when asked a simple question that we all know the answer to, it's like, well, I'm going to find a way to split the difference, or find a way to not say man. Why do y'all go through that mental gymnastics when you know you're going to reach for the man, the person is going to give you the best chance to survive, which happens to be the man?
Society tells you men are stronger. If you look at
Man.
Which happens to be the man.
Society tells you men are stronger. If you look at
Chance to survive, which happens to be the man.
Society tells you men are stronger. If you look at
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Like, if they would have said something along the lines of like, society tells you that the man should be, in charge all the time. You could mount an argument that says, or that basically said, not all men are good decision makers, not all men are good leaders. Like, you could play around with it. You could definitely play around with that one, because there is some dudes that are stupid and they may end up with a woman that's smarter than them, so you probably don't need to make every decision. You could play around with that one and say, society says that this person who may not even be as smart should be making the decisions. You could play around with that one. I'll grant them a little bit of wiggle room on that one. But when it comes to physical strength, homegirl just said, society says that men are stronger. Men being stronger than women is a social construct. Like, come on. Like that was bad. That was bad.
It
Is that society or data?
No. Society doesn't tell me. Observable reality tells you that.
I suppose, but even how you were talking about military standards, they're higher for men because men, I think, are more capable of
My
yes.
hand strength is 17 times more than yours. I can lift stuff. You guys are smaller.
Up the cliff.
No, I'm actually going to push you to the back and I'm going to go fight. Because you're going to be back servicing the soldiers, helping the soldiers, and we're going to go win the war.
Women are more nourished, like what is
Nurturing?
yeah, nurturing.
Gotcha, girl.
Women are more like that word that that I can't think of.
We don't need nurturing Marines.
What I'm saying is, I would have the opposite opinion as her. Nope, I'm not doing it.
My point is, we're to the point to where we're sitting back trying to say, well, women can do this too, and it's not as though you can. Is should you? What country in the world mobilizes its women and girls to go fight an army of men because of equality?
That's true, but all that matters is that the women who do want to do it have a choice to do it.
What she should have said, the women who want to do it and are capable of doing it have the option to do it. That part I agree with. If they want to do it and they're capable of doing it, they should be able to do it. I don't like the idea, the notion of requirements being lowered. I don't like that. Especially we talking about if we talking about infantry, like we talking about you need to be able to potentially pick up your fallen comrade in hike a couple miles. like I mean, come on. We talking about you may have to drag a wounded comrade out of from a battlefield. Like it's some military jobs where they never leave the cubicle. Okay, cool. All right. You want to if she don't got to be able to do as many pull-ups to sit at that cubicle. Okay, fine. But infantry, like no. if they're sniffing the battlefield, if they even sniffing the battlefield, it should be a flat line requirement. You either meet it or you don't. Flat out. New York Ranger in the building with the $2 super chat. I do appreciate that. Do appreciate that. All right. Give me 1 second. All right.
They can't meet the standards. Okay, the best MMA woman is not going to beat the worst MMA man.
I agree.
There we go. So if it's about protecting your home and everything else, you're not going to say, well, let's give women a shot. You're going to say, no, we can have that after you beat those people. We want to live. And see, that's the beautiful thing about this bad old patriarchy. It gives you all this stuff, and it gives you the ability to choose. You know one thing? Feminism is a first world option. You don't have these options in third world country. Survival is paramount. And that's all these conversations are about. And men accept those things. It's just funny to me. It's funny to us men that so many women know the truth, but you just like, it sticks in your throat. It's almost like women are living opposite of reality, and you just want to have the choice to be able to do it. Is that what we're hearing? Choice? Is that what matters more, the choice?
I don't want to do it. I don't want to be in the front line. No.
Is this all new information for you guys?
It's kind of like a new perspective, I guess, because I don't really look into it like that. I just see people as like people, all equal.
So what do you think of the contributing factors that have led to kind of thinking that from a physical perspective, we are more equal than we are different between men and women?
Okay.
Did we even ask that question? Are we equal? Say that again. Are we equal? Men and women equal?
Physically?
Period.
I think that physically men would be stronger, but I think mentally, I think that they could be pretty equal. Just because, I mean, I was a chick in STEM for all of high school. And so when you go to robotics competitions that are international, you see that each team has less than probably 20% as women. I was on a team of 40 people and there's less than 10.
Because it's not.
The facts of what she's saying is this: there are like women, they score just as well. Well, not quite as well, but when it comes to math and everything, yeah, they can do it. They literally choose not to do it. The example that I gave before is, and I was actually the early stages of pursuing, trying to, I guess, dating, seeing this chick. It ain't go nowhere. I don't think it went past the first date. She was calling herself a doctor, or she was close to becoming a doctor, but then I found out that she was a veterinarian. Well, on the way to becoming a veterinarian. But she had referred to herself as a doctor. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking a doctor, which veterinarians are. But I'm thinking a doctor in terms of that money. I'm thinking she may about to be making $400,000 to $500,000 a year. No, I wouldn't be in hypergamous and trying to, get a come up on that. I wouldn't. That ain't where my mind went. But when I found out that, oh no, she's an animal doctor, and they going to make about $90,000 to $110,000 a year, and so in my mind, I was thinking they had to do less, but no, they got to take the same amount of classes that a doctor has to pay for the same, the cost of going to medical school. They have to do the same thing too. And just like how, if you're working on operating on people, you got to learn about the human body. Well, they got to learn about dog, cat, cows, iguana bodies. So their job is really harder. Like they got to learn more. The vet has to actually learn more than the actual doctor. No, but take like a $400,000 pay cut. Most men are not going to do that. But women. So I'm saying that to say that women that actually got the skills, the brain work, the intelligence, the ambition, and all of that to actually be doctors, they'll rather throw away that $350,000 and operate on animals just because they love the cute, cuddly, bunny rabbits and cats and kittens and puppies, and they'll rather, so yeah, they got the ability. They choose not to go in those fields, and even when they do it, a lot of them are doing it not even on some money stuff. Like look at a veterinarian choosing to be a vet instead of a doctor. So a lot of them, yeah, they could. Nothing is stopping them from going into STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics at the same rates as men. They just choose not to. Men and women make different choices in what they do and how they do things. It just is what it is. It just is what it is. So all of this, are they trying to, get women motivated to do this, or how do we get more girls in STEM? And they try to make all these programs and this or that. I mean, the ability is there. I don't think is that they're socialized to not do it. It's just that they just don't want to do it. They'd rather have an easier job. And at some level, they understand that there will a man in some way, shape, or form will add to their life and contribute to it in some way, shape, or form. A man is going to split that difference, so they don't got to do all that hard engineering math,
Not because from a biological standpoint that we're that much different. It's because women choose different.
Well, can I ask a question? Why are women offended at the general idea that men are better or more capable than them when they typically choose to date superior men?
Because
I remember when I did that first discussion I had with Shay Sade. That was one thing that I asked her. A woman, she actually wants her man to be taller than her, bigger than her, stronger than her, smarter than her, more economically sound than her. So many, like you name it across the board. She wants him to be better than her at it. But from a societal standpoint, when men are doing better than women at everything, then it turns into a it turns into a problem. But what type of man do you want? Oh, one that's better than me at everything. It's a weird dynamic.
No one wants to lose. No one wants to be the underdog.
You
And
don't want to lose in a war either.
yeah, okay.
Now you want to lose the conversation.
We're not losing a fight.
It's just like the word better. Like, why is that a thing? Like, a man is,
Well,
a man is
well-
better than me at what?
Second place is the first loser. I'm better. It's better. We were better. You're not in Boise, Idaho right now because Las Vegas is better. You have Hard Rock on. You don't have on TGNY because it's better. Why do we accept better everywhere else between us? And here's the thing. We accept that. But it's like women today almost don't want to hear the fact that there is a hierarchy and there's winners and losers. But y'all do it. You look nice because you get better results. All those things are accurate or true.
So what I heard is I look nice.
Because you chose what is like women don't like a lot of women don't want to be objectified, especially in corporate America. But then they seen women to go in and put on their makeup, look great, high heels, this, and I'm like, well, then what is this stuff doing? It's simulating a more sensual look. It's almost like you want to penalize men for being men, but you want women to be free to be whoever.
So because somebody puts makeup on and does their hair, that means that they're being more sexual as a person?
What does red lips indicate?
It looks great with my skin tone and they plump them up.
What does red lips and blush indicate to the human psyche, the male psyche?
I'm not sure, I'm not a man, but
Sexual flush. Sexual flush. That's why I'm an image consultant in real life. This is why red is associated with sexuality because in
All right, now listen. Nobody's above catching some jokes, but it's always just it just rings funny to me whenever Kevin Samuelson in the middle of an argument he said, "I'm an image consultant." It's like, I don't know why I laugh every time he does that. It's like that's one. It's like I don't know. Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep the jokes. Nobody's above catching some jokes. But it's like when he say it like it. That statement don't exactly carry as much weight in a conversation as he. I'm an image consultant, bitch. that's like the energy that he say it with. It's like, okay, cool. But anyway. Shout out to Kevin Samuels and MTR. But nobody's above the jokes. Yeah, Jackie Jack. That's what I was going with. That was at the tip of my tongue. I couldn't get it out. It's like I'm a PhD. He be dropping that I'm an image consultant like that I'm a PhD. Y'all see exactly where I was going. It's like he said it like he looked away, took his glasses off, and looked at. I'm an image consultant, and put them back on and looked away. Oh man! All right, my bad. All right, nobody's safe from the jokes.
in the heat, when you get excited, sexual flush, blood rushes to your lips. Here, that's why you may think it looks great, and it looks great to us in a different way. It's sexual.
So what if you're doing business with a woman and you look sexual?
Oh, let me not laugh or joke my way past the point again. It needs to be out there. Shout out to Jordan Peterson, who be going left on us sometimes as well. He be going left, but he be when Jordan Peterson on point, he on point. And one thing that he pointed out that was very accurate. Oh, when you're making your lips red, you're making your cheeks rosy. This ain't so much a thing with black folks because our pigment don't change like that. but yeah, those are sexual indicators. When you're aroused, you put out a different, different colors. That's what the colors of the makeup accentuate. They accentuate certain things that happen when human beings get aroused. And high heels, how it makes your pelvic like, contort back a little bit. That's I can't break it down scientifically because I haven't, read nothing on it in a while, so it's not clear in my mind. But there are triggers that are set off from, from a primal standpoint when that pelvic is, bent, contorted in a certain way. It's displaying basically almost like mating calls, almost like pre-mating rituals type of thing. It's a weird thing. Now you at the workplace, you at work, you're there to do business, and there they are. They got on high heels, they got their titties balled up in a push-up bra, they got a skirt that's not a little too tight, not too tight, but too tight, but just right. But it ain't not full blown skanky, but it's doing the trick. They dress like that. It's like they're doing all of those things. Everything about how they're presenting themselves is like in a way where they're expressing sexual indicators and everything. However, the guy's going to get accused of what? If he pursues, what he's going to get accused of? Sexual harassment. Jordan Peterson said, okay, well, you're visually harassing me. You're visually harassing me. You shouldn't come in here. You shouldn't come in the workplace with cleavage. You shouldn't come in here with rosy red lips. You shouldn't come in here with high heels on. And then when they say, so are you saying that makeup shouldn't be allowed at work? Then he'll back down on that. He says, no, I'm not saying that, but we need to consider that. And he's right. It do need to be considered. It do need to be looked at. And then something that's going to come up later in the stream, I think Kevin Samuels himself actually pointing out that is going to point out that I think 30% of marriages, 30%, they met at the job. Think about that. All the Me Too stuff going on, all the men getting fired for, bothering or harassing a woman in some way, shape, or form at the job. We're trying to holler at a woman at the job, trying to get at a woman at the job. All the men that get fired for doing that, 30% of married people met at work. Let that one let that one sink in. 30% of married people met at work. So you see how men are just in a whole situation where it's okay. It's okay to flirt at work. It's okay for them to dress sexual at work. It's okay for them to meet their man at work. It's okay for them to have sex. And sometimes in the parking lot at work. I'm not talking about, anything personal. I've never done, well, not with an employee. I've never done that. I know of it's a place in my city that's known for that. Put it like that. It's very common to see coworkers on their lunch break in the car parked in the back of the parking lot. It's a fairly common thing. But overall, it's like all the indicators show the amount of relationships that's brought up from work, the amount of marriages that's brought up from work. Everything about this says that it's okay for fraternizing at the workplace, but women are in full control over who's wrong, who's right, who's guilty, who need to be fired, who don't need to be fired. And again, it goes back to that media war that I'm talking about. It goes back to that. When men were not speaking out and giving their opinion and breaking these things down on major media platforms, women own the day, they own the narrative. That's how Me Too gets created. That's how Me Too gets all that steam. That's how all those lawsuits can get filed. That's how all of that happens. So a lot of this is about changing the narrative. Changing that narrative has been overall beneficial to the general collective of men.
What does that do
Well,
for anybody?
there's a lot of men today that choose to kind of opt out of alone time conversations with women in the corporate environment because of how it can be misconstrued.
What if you're doing business with a woman and it's what? Sexual?
You look presentable as in a sexual way. How does that benefit anybody if you're working with among women?
Women leverage their looks to their advantage, as you should. Women leverage our power and our status to our advantage, as we should. On my way up here, I had 2 showgirls slap me on my ass and tell me, "Ooh, looking good." If I did that, I'd be in handcuffs. I got it on camera, by the way, guys. See, it's okay. It's one thing. I don't begrudge women looking good. I come from sales. You don't really see unattractive salespeople because they don't sell products. You don't see slovenly, overweight, unattractive salespeople. People put women out there, especially and women know this.
When I sold cars, for what it's worth, my the sales manager, he was a big, tall, fat, sloppy dude. He was. I think the general manager is a guy that ran marathons. And I don't think I kind of got the feeling he didn't like him. I think he didn't like fat people because he was an older guy with like a George Jefferson hairline, but he worked real hard to stay in shape. I don't think he liked fat people. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But you don't see unattractive. I think unattractive men can get away with sales if they're actually good at it, but you don't see unattractive women in sales.
So if you're willing to accept that double standard because it benefits your career and your finances, you take it also what comes with it. You can't say, "Look at me and how nice I look." Then if a guy hits on you, it's toxic masculinity. Which one is? You can't have both. You got to choose.
I think there's a time and a place to hit on somebody. And if we're talking about workplace, if a lady looks nice, that's not an innuendo to be like, "Hey,
30%
let me
of married couples meet at work.
I don't doubt that.
So that's bullshit. The time and the place is when women say it's okay for them, but it's always wrong for us.
Do you think it's true women often find attractive men cute and romantic when an ugly one doing the exact same thing is creepy?
Personally, I mean, if it looks like maybe
Honestly, I haven't heard a lot of. I feel like we haven't heard that. Just for the record, we haven't heard that.
What's the difference between a catcall and a compliment?
Huge respect.
Well, I mean,
Well, how do you define respect when approaching a woman?
The difference between a catcall and a compliment is whether they think you're hot enough.
well, it could be the manner on how somebody does it. Like if you were to walk up to me like, "Hey, you look really nice today. I like your red lipstick." Or
No, but if that's a homeless person that says that, are you going to take it the same way?
yeah, probably. There's no difference between a
Corporate America, the difference between sexual harassment and an accepted advance is just whether or not the woman likes you.
I suppose, but to the question that you asked, it is, are you being respectful when you do it? So if a homeless man came up to me and that he was like, grab her by the, I don't think you can say that on there, but yeah, if you say that, probably I'd be like, get away from me. But if he was like, "Wow, you look really nice today," or "You look nice, ma'am," something like that.
Understand that respect is subjective. What you may consider respect, I may consider to be. You may consider one standard respectful and another. The women who hit me on my butt, they thought they were being playful. But if I were to do the same thing, we know in the society we live in, that would be not to be tolerated. See, it's the double standards that the patriarchy allows women. You get to make the rules that suit you when you want to, and men are just saying, look at the hypocrisy of it all. And I think that's what this conversation proves. Men have to approach you the right way, and it has to be respectful. But you don't have an LED readout on your head that tells us those instructions. We just got to go shoot our shot. And if it goes wrong, then what? Then men have a problem on their hands. When a woman does that, no real consequence.
That's a very true double standard.
Boom, mic drop. Let me ask you guys a quick question as well. Do you think that pretty privilege exists in our society? And if so, what are the pros and the cons of it?
Link is in the chat. If anybody want to come up and join the conversation in any way, shape, or form? I probably will keep the probably will periodically go back to the tape, but unless a good conversation sparks up between the people that come up. But overall, we rocking it. I would like to formally once again thank everybody who supported the streams thus far. Make sure y'all hit the like button, but the link is in the chat. Join the convo. Join the convo. And also once again, shout out to, well, I'm shouting out my newest Patreons, even though that list right there is kind of old. Got to get updated. Got to add RM to it. It's probably some people on the list that ain't even Patreons right now. So I gotta be updating it. I gotta be updating it. But shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody in the building.
I do think they exist. I used to be super, super fat and didn't wear any makeup, which I don't think makeup makes you look pretty. But I saw in my life a 70-pound weight change, and people treat you super, super fat and didn't wear any makeup, which I don't think makeup makes you look pretty. But
She don't think makeup makes you look pretty, yet she has on makeup.
I saw in my life a 70-pound weight change, and people treat you 100% different.
To the opposite side of that, I've actually been like this weight my whole life, and what comes with pretty privilege is a lot of jealousy and hatred. So with that, you just have to...
Jealousy and hatred from women, by the way.
I don't know, I'd say just consider yourself just a human.
So why do you think there's so much talk in our society about things like male privilege and white privilege, but we don't talk about beauty privilege?
I'm in sales, and people tell me all the time that I'm the best in the company that I used to work for because I had pretty privilege. And it's not. It's treating them like a human being and doing your job right and taking into consideration what they're saying and actively listening to them. And so people can assume that you have pretty privilege, but do you do the same things that I do? And do you talk to people the same way I talk to people? No.
You can't fully see her, but she's saying okay. I ain't even. This show ain't even about that. I mean, she looks still kind of okay. This show ain't even about that. I attack the ideas and not the people, but I don't look at her and see her as somebody who, yeah, she lost weight, good for her, wonderful for your health, that's excellent. I don't look at her as somebody who's just soaking up a lot of pretty privilege. I'm not seeing it. She just getting you're not obese anymore privilege. I think that's what she's probably getting. I don't know if it's pretty privilege. She's getting normal privilege. She's getting you're not fat anymore privilege. I don't think she got upgraded all the way to pretty privilege. I'm not exactly seeing it. But anyway.
Probably not.
I want to ask a question also about compliments also. If you receive a compliment from a man and a woman, does it have different meaning to you if it's the exact same compliment?
Yes.
So isn't there a double standard there as well?
Women are better because they're most likely trying not to sleep with you. They're just genuinely enjoying
So if a
what you
man's
have.
trying to sleep with you, why is that often seen as having the wrong intention?
It's not. It doesn't mean it's the wrong intention. But if you say it in a, I don't know how, in a like gross way,
Well, once again, haven't we established that a guy can do the exact same thing, and it's, if a guy is attractive, then it's a compliment, and if he's unattractive, then it's harassment.
No. We actually proved that, or said that that wouldn't be a thing. It would just depend on the way you came up to me.
So if a homeless guy hit on you, it would have the same meaning as if, a guy who was a rock star celebrity, high status man would.
Yeah, you take the compliment the same way. Maybe the reaction would be different. Like say if it's a homeless person.
So can I I'm gonna challenge that because I think it's sort of bullshit. So like let's say I was walking.
Thank you, MTR. Thank you.
By you, and I was walking by you, and I said, "Listen, you look absolutely beautiful today." And I put my hand on your shoulder in order to establish contact. Versus if I did that, versus if someone who you find extremely unattractive did the exact same thing and put his hand on your shoulder in Vegas. You don't think that you would take the way that I did that differently than the way someone that you find unattractive or a homeless person would?
We were actually just talking about this on how you shouldn't be touching anyone. We literally just had this exact conversation that because people are like, have a nice day, don't touch me. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter. Obviously, yes, it would be like, to answer the question, it would be more memorable if it was a homeless person because there's other things that come with that image. And maybe some other mental things, like you don't know what they're going through.
So you say so people shouldn't touch. So the thing is, like, what I often think is very important for men to do on the first or the second date is to establish like a touch, break the touch barrier, right? So like, when you walk into a door, maybe you put a hand on the small of the back.
Whoa, hold on, MTR. You talking about breaking the touch barrier only on the second date? You slacking, bruh. No, I'm just playing.
Or the elbow, right? When you open the chair, when they go to sit down, maybe you put it on the top of their back.
MTR simping. He pulling out chairs for him. Come on, man. Hold the line. Don't be pulling out no chairs.
In order to kind of guide them in. So you say that you have an issue with touch, but oftentimes women find breaking the touch barrier very attractive. The confidence of the man comes out in that particular situation.
I think that's two different things. If you're on a first date or a second date, I already have allowed that to happen. And if it is somebody that you meet on the street in Vegas, doesn't matter if it's a very attractive man or a homeless person, don't touch me.
So I don't know if you remember this, but when we first had the conversation, I did touch you on your elbow when I wanted to say, can we have a conversation about that? Uh-oh.
Done.
So there goes the whole argument.
Oh, man. Man, done. She sat there, stood in it, argued her points with passion. And then he said, I literally just did that to you 10 minutes ago. Oh, well, you're cute. Man, come on. The degree in which they be clowning when it come to that kind of thing. The degree in which they be clowning like that, that's ridiculous. Like they literally do not see who and what they are and what the hell is going on. The words that be coming out of their mouths, they just don't they don't be seeing it. They don't be seeing it. No guarantees in the building says paying my tithes to Pastor Riley and the church. Thank you very much. Church, check in. Shout out to Minister Jap. Shout out to Minister Jap. No, appreciate you. Oh, excuse me. Appreciate you on that super chat. He says, yet many dudes in the manosphere think this this is the better option. Take them seriously. Shaking my head. Yeah, like I said before. Well, yeah, I got to go. You gotta cut it out. I don't think MTR is going that route. Now, you need to do an immediate live stream to explain that that breaking the touch barrier only on the second date. Touching the, getting that elbow touching. Forget that. First, just play. That pulling out those chairs, can't be doing that. Pulling out a chair is a weird thing. It's a weird thing because when if you ever pull out a chair and then when she's sitting in the chair, then you try to, it's like once her butt touches the seat, you can't like tuck her. I mean, I don't know. It's like you could pull it out, but you can't push it in unless it got wheels. So it's like you pull it out and then she like further away from the table than necessary. Then she got to work to try to scoot back up to the table. So it's not even I mean, it's a gesture, but it's not even that beneficial. It's better to just kind of slide in, you know. Pulling it all the way out don't never really work. It make them have more work. It's not a very effective thing to do, in my opinion. Yeah, that touch barrier should be broke right off the bat, Kevin Murray. Right when y'all meet each other. Okay, you gotta be on the lookout. You gotta be on the lookout for that chick that try to give you that business. I told you about that. Be on the lookout for that business professional handshake. If you extend that hand out like that, be on the lookout for that business professional handshake. Now you gotta come in with a hug. Come right in, right when y'all meet. Go right in for a hug and make her feel it. Make it count. make that hug count. Sir Tyson the Buddha says, let me put something on it. Far from anti-manosphere, but I've seen dudes literally with this Becky isn't as full of sheet as Shanika talking points, and you see there they were just as full of it. Yeah. No, I've been on that for a minute now. It's modern women. They have the feminist ideals. They have their don't say BR no pull out. We're talking about not pulling out a chair. I just don't think pulling out a chair, if you've ever done it, is just not an effective thing to do. I mean, you always end up pulling it out further than necessary, and they end up having to work even harder to scoot in versus if they just kind of just, I mean, if it would just subtly just tilt it just a little bit. Just tilt it just slightly and get them just enough room to slide in like they would if they sat down themselves. But when you do it like that, to where you're trying to be all gentlemanly and pull it out, they sit on it and then they too far away from the table and they got to do all that extra work to try to scoot back up to the table. It's like you're making them work harder, trying to be chivalrous. I'm just saying it's not effective. It's better just leave it be. Jackie Jack is correct. Becky just not masculine, but she is equally delusional. She can be equally delusional. She can be equally delusional. See, I'm glad a woman backed me up on that. The chair always get pulled out too far. And then when you try to push it back in, you can't push it back in because your weight is weighting the chair down. So you got to do it yourself. You got to get back under that table yourself. Says Fawcett Media says the whole pull-out talking point had several different meanings. Says while no BR, the woman should be smaller than you. So pushing the chair in isn't a problem. Well, it's hard. It's hard to push a chair with no wheels while somebody is sitting in it. It's still difficult to do. Still difficult to do. Still a very difficult thing to do.
So if I was a homeless person and I did that, you'd be like, ah, like running away from me, right? So can we call BS on some of the arguments that you guys placed forward as to say that you wouldn't treat it differently if it wasn't me versus a homeless person?
You didn't touch
But I did touch her.
Definitely didn't touch
Break the touch barrier. You would have said something?
Yes, I don't like that.
So I just chose correctly?
I guess so. 'Cause
All right, hey guys, so we're going to show you a meme right here. We just want your thoughts regarding the meme, all right? So you'll see 16 to 30, I don't need no men. 31 to 36, where did all the good men? Where are all the good men? 37 to 45, I'm still young. 46 to death, I made a mistake. Last words, I blame men. Any thoughts regarding this meme?
That's right. You blame men all ages through. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
It's
It need to switch the ages from 3 to death.
So why is it always men's fault? Let's get in there. Let's talk about it.
Because it's always your fault and y'all should take responsibility.
So you're saying men are not accountable for their actions?
Nope, not at all.
Are you guys single in a relationship?
Both.
What?
Just try to keep that statement in your head as this progresses forward. Try to keep that statement clear and in your head. It's always men's fault. I said men's with an S. Men's. I hate that. I think the S probably belongs there in that question. It's always men. Yeah, men's. Yes, you do use an apostrophe S in that situation because it's ownership or belonging to. It's the men's men's fault. But if you're just using a plural of man and just saying men, you don't need an S. But if you're saying like men's clothing, it's their clothing. So yeah, you do need an apostrophe S. So I didn't just throw a I don't like men's no more type of S on there. Just making sure that's clear.
Is it complicated? That's the name of the channel. It's complicated.
Yeah.
So you single and a relationship.
Yeah.
So isn't that a little bit confusing? So okay. So let's say I wanted to date you and you said,
It depends on the day. So if it's maybe Monday through Thursday, I'm in a relationship. Friday through Sunday, I am single.
is that by choice? Do
See,
you
now we remember we was talking about the difference between Keisha and Becky. What you go see, it's a lot of the same stuff, but with some black women, they're more balls out with it. Like they're pretty damn balls out. Like some of them are past the gaslighting. Like Becky and Maria in the last video, they were still trying to work their way through the gaslighting. Sometimes with the sisters, they passed that. We done. We about to rock out with our cock out and just say what it is. Still with a bunch of problematic stuff because they don't own everything. But they'll be balls out with some of their stuff.
want to just be in a relationship?
It depends on the person. If you take me to a relationship mode, I would be in that, but haven't nobody got me there. I've been in a relationship twice my whole life.
Is it fun being single and in a relationship at the same time? Like what value does that provide?
It's exciting because you never know what's going on. You don't know.
I like to be in a relationship. I'm a cuddle buddy, but I just can't cuddle with anybody. We got to have the same vibe.
Isn't that called friends with benefits?
It's called a cuddle buddy.
What the hell?
So
if I'm in a relationship, that's what I'm going to cuddle with, but
So let me try to restate a question. So do you think it's more beneficial to have friends with benefits or to be in a relationship with someone that you actually bang and vibe with?
I don't know. It's like it'd be cool to be in a relationship when it's your person and y'all click and y'all you know what I'm saying.
So
but other than that, it's not.
So you guys think it's men's fault why you are single and in a relationship at the same time?
Yeah, most of the time, me and my man was breaking up because I hear some stuff about him from other people. So we'll be broken up, but then I love them, so I go back, just the back and forth game. So
I have a question for you.
Wait, just one second. So I think a lot of us kind of identify with that up and down and that toxicity in thinking that the kind of more toxic the situation or the more instability within the situation, the more that you like and or love that person. True or false?
True.
Why do you think that is? Like, why do we have a culture that puts toxicity on a pedestal?
See, that's not
what they used to.
But aren't you a part of they?
I'm not toxic.
I'm toxic. I ain't gonna lie. I am.
What's interesting is this chick here, if I play it all, if I make it to that part, because this gets a little long. She's the one who just said she ain't toxic. She's going to say some stuff to reveal an extreme level of toxicity. But be that as it may, either way, we do got somebody in the building. Obsidian just came up, took the link. What's going on? Hold on, let me
Hey, what's going on, Bernard?
Yeah, this is actually Obsidian. Okay. What's going on?
How you feeling?
Feeling wonderful. Feeling wonderful.
Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation. And I'm happy for Kevin and Mediocre Tutorials meeting up out in Sin City. But I have some questions. So the first question I have is this: what would the fellas consider to be appropriate dating behavior on the part of men today?
That's pretty broad.
Well, the reason why I ask is because quite a few fellas, and you yourself, had a somewhat adverse reaction to Mediocre Tutorials suggesting physical contact between a man and a woman on the second date. You and other men in the chat room seem to disagree with that. Fair enough. I'm not questioning that. I'm asking.
Oh no, I was saying, well, one, I was joking, but two, yeah, you should try to break the touch barrier before the your second date. You try to break the touch barrier definitely on the first outing.
Okay. So touch should be established on the first date. That's appropriate dating behavior for a man in today's world.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out what the rules are. That's all. Because I do agree that dating should be updated. There should be some upgrades in dating and mating today. I agree with that. I don't think that the old rules of the 50s or 60s are applicable today for a number of reasons. So I do agree that we need to update it. So there's a gentleman in the chat room. I would like to respond to him. He calls himself Boss Styles Boston's Cigar Shop. And he said Obsidian's always bragging about KS being his friend. However, KS hasn't interviewed him, or he hasn't interviewed KS. I sent some cap from Obsidian. Well, obviously you don't know me. Kevin has been on my show numerous times over the years. He has endorsed my book on his show. I made it into a full-on, ad where he tells you that I'm his friend. So
all right, real quick, let me just address this. Listen. I know how y'all do. If Obsidian says something y'all disagree with, you can challenge the disagreement, because Obsidian been saying a lot of stuff I disagree with. If you've listened to my show, you hear me and Obsidian disagree all the time. I will challenge if he says something I disagree with. There's nothing wrong with challenging a disagreement, but we ain't about to be in here like chill with that one. Like that's a I've been working hard to try to just do content and stay out of the manosphere politics and back and forth and all of this blah blah, all this junk that's going on. Like keep it to the topics, keep it to the points, and we could debate and argue and flip over tables about everything, long as we talking about the points and the merits of discussions. And the point have merit or not have merit. That's what we debate about over here. All right. Not debating or arguing the personality. That's where we at over here, and I'm like that with everybody. I'm like,
no, I don't mind. I don't mind the question.
No, I don't.
No. You may genuinely be ignorant.
No, hold on. Wait, no. No, I'm just saying the question that he asked is not a question that I'm telling him for my channel. Don't come over here with that. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying to them. That's all I'm saying. And I'll be timing it out. So there's that. But anyway, you were headed down a path. You were headed down.
No, I was just simply asking what the rules are going to be, and it appears that the general consensus is that you want to make physical contact with her as soon as possible, right there on the first date. Okay, so yeah. What if she recoils from you? Then what?
If she recoils from physical contact?
Yes.
On a date,
we are still in an era of the coronavirus pandemic. But she recoils. Now what? Now what is the appropriate dating protocol for a man in the age of the Rona? Everybody agrees you should do this on the first date. She recoils. Okay.
I want to set the Rona aside, because that's a whole nother.
Why? We're in the pandemic.
Well, I know. I get it. But okay. It's a tricky thing. I'll address the Rona. I'll appease what you. Okay, if you're taking a woman out on a date and she's made it clear before the date that hey, she's going to be masked up. She's she doesn't want to catch she don't want to catch the Rona. All right. And she's made it clear about that's going on, and you've agreed to date her. Then you kind of, even if you do want to get touchy-feely, you know what you're getting into if you're dating somebody who's trying to go out on a date with the man and respect the social distancing rules and mask and all of that. You know what you're getting into. So there's that. But overall, in general, as far as a woman recoiling from being touched by you on the first date, okay, it's two things. One, you should have done enough leading up to it. When it's different schools of thoughts on this, because some people think you shouldn't be talking that much, prior to the date. Just
I'm glad you brought that up.
Get on the phone with her to try to quickly, just try to get to date. Talk to her just enough to get the date set up. But then there's other schools of thoughts that said, hey, you're supposed to be warming her up before the date to where it's already implied that it will be some touching going on. So those are two different things. But in general, if you get on a date with a woman and she's recoiling from you and it's not Rona related, then clearly y'all on two different wavelengths. Y'all have two different ideas of what y'all consider to be a good date. If we can't meet each other with a hug, even a church hug initially at the start of the date, then that tells me that this ain't going nowhere. I could sit there and try to play the game after she declined my church hug. Okay, so I'm about to just still go through the date and then tap dance for her and try to win her over to try to win a hug at the end of the date. Now it's already over if she's recoiling from a hug at the beginning. That's where I'm at with it.
You had mentioned earlier, beware the woman that gives you the business handshake, right? And I don't have any problem with that personally, and I'll tell you the reason why. She is communicating to me that she wants to have a business arrangement, which is fine by me. I'm a businessman, so we can sit down and talk about how we can make money together
on a date.
Yeah, it can be it can be a working business lunch. People do it all the time.
You pursued her. You were romantically interested in her when
Right.
you pursued her.
Yes.
You go out, take her out on a date that
Right.
I'm assuming you're paying for, and then she do a full judo and extend a business professional handshake, and you're like,
Right.
okay, let's sit down and talk business.
Yes. Let's talk business. How can you benefit me? How can I benefit? Clearly, you think I can benefit you. We wouldn't be here if that wasn't true. So how can you benefit me?
Okay. Okay. If she okay.
Now, of course, a lot of black women will not, take favorably to that, and we know that's true because a lot of black women recoil at the question of what do they bring to the table. I'm willing to take the sex off the table. We can make money. See, but I'm not like most black men. For most black men, if it's sex or nothing. See, me, I'll take the money over the sex. Okay, we're not going to have no sex. Great. This is just going to be about making money. Good. Let's talk.
Why don't you think you're putting the prospects of this woman you're dating potentially being able to help you make money in some way? That's I put that to in a category box of not likely.
But that's for her. That's for her to show. She's the one that. I mean, do we agree that when it comes to mating, women and by extension, females throughout the animal kingdom, mammalian and the animal kingdom, set the ground rules by which such things are to occur?
You said, do women set the ground rules of how
in the animal world of which we are part? We are higher functioning primates. That's what we are. Mm-hmm. Throughout the animal kingdom, mammalian, is it not true that the female determines the ground rules by which mating in relationships mating is to occur. Do we agree or disagree with that? Because that's what Darwin's argument was with the theory of sexual selection.
They determine who gets it and who don't.
Right.
I'll grant that.
Okay.
They now whether or not okay. There's a macro aspect of this and there's a micro aspect of this. As a man, you can try to supersede that. I mean, you can't supersede her allowing or not allowing you access to it. But far as the ground rules of everything happening before it, you can supersede whatever the norms are and say, hey, I'm doing it this way. And a woman who gets on board with what I want to do, those are the women, or that's the woman or the women that I'm going to deal with. So in that way, in that sense, you can set the ground rules, but the general rule, the general principle, because yeah, women choose who gets it and who doesn't, then yeah. So from a societal standpoint, especially in a free society, yeah, they do dictate a lot of the terms and the conditions. Yes.
Okay. So a woman that comes to the date doing the business handshake, as you described it, for me, she's saying that the ground rules here is going to be mainly of a fiduciary interest, which is fine by me. Now I got the Mandalorian in me all day, so we can make money.
Yeah, I don't think that's what she's saying.
But a business handshake is a business handshake for a reason.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what she's saying. I mean, I think some people just extend out a handshake just when they meet somebody. Y'all met online, y'all seen each other for the first time. Some people just extend out a handshake. I say try to come in for a hug first. That's just my little that was my little rule.
Right. I agree with you. But and it's clear that she doesn't see, I'm using myself in that situation. It's clear she don't see me that way. But she does see me in a business way.
No,
Okay,
she probably just doesn't initiate hugs. Obsidian, you're reaching, if you're saying that her reaching out to shake hands is her saying, I don't see you I don't have romantic interest in you. She wouldn't be there if she didn't.
You don't have romantic interest. Hence the handshake.
I don't think the handshake indefinitely means that. I just think it's.
But we also said that you need to establish physical contact on the first date. So but if you said avoid the business handshake, you said go for a hug.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So the business handshake would be physical contact, would it not?
Yes.
Okay. We are saying F that, go for the hug. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a better idea.
She doesn't want to go for the hug. Right?
Well, no, she probably just extended the handshake. Doesn't mean that she's absolutely declining a hug. I've had a woman reach her hand out and I just bypassed it and went for the hug and she hugged me.
Okay.
So I mean, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean she's saying I'm not going to hug you by just a simple fact. Like if you went for a hug and then she put that hand right out to your chest like that, then yeah, then that's her saying nope, no hugging. That then she's doing that. It depends on who did it first.
Well, I was assuming that the lady was making the handshake first, the handshake gesture, the business handshake. I'm using your words, the business handshake. I assume, maybe I assumed wrong. I was assuming that the lady in question was making the business handshake first.
Yeah, I was too. And if she's doing that, if she just extends that out first, then that doesn't mean that she's completely Paul game. I didn't slap the hand away, but that's funny. But no, if she extends the hand out first, no, that doesn't mean that she's anti-hug. It just means that that's just her way of greeting.
Right. So, okay. So, yeah, I think the idea of the premise of talking to the ladies on the street and trying to get a handle on what the rules are in a dating and mating context, I think that's a good idea or a good concept. And I thought it was interesting to watch Kevin and Mediocre Tutorials talk to these various women. One thing that was interesting to me, though, all of the women they all kind of read a certain way. I don't see any very highly educated, cultured, sophisticated ladies here, older. I don't see many of them being represented. And that's interesting to me because Kevin himself is older, cultured, sophisticated. It would have been interesting to see him have those same conversations with essentially the mirror image of himself. How would that go?
Walking on the streets of Vegas, how would it go? I don't
Exactly. Are they walking on the streets of Vegas?
know. Literally.
Are they?
Are who? Are you talking about those type of women?
Those type of women that I just described, are they just out and about walking the streets of Vegas?
Well, yes, sophisticated women go party in Vegas. They have girls trips and vacations as well too. But I don't know if I doubt there's a run of the mill of the average person walking around on Vegas. But yeah, they take vacations. In fact, they're the ones that got the money to take the vacations. So yeah, they party and have a good time too.
Okay. So I'm curious. I'm not an expert in this, but I'm curious. Did Kevin have any of those conversations with them?
Probably not. But well, let's go down this route. Why do you think that it's okay? Let me explain it like this. It's good to hear an intellectually stimulating conversation between a man who has a similar ideology to mediocre tourism reviews or Kevin Samuels. Yeah, it's good for them to get in the ring with somebody who's their intellectual equal. That is a good thing. I don't think it's 100. I mean, I don't think that's 100% across the board necessary. I think the points were made quite clear. And the odd thing is, when I hear the sophisticated, educated PhDs speak, I don't think they make better arguments. I really don't. I think they make the same exact arguments. They just, cloak it under, they just wrap fancier language around it, but it's really the same argument. Like, you could very well possibly go to a university and hear a feminist teaching a class, or a woman who happens to be a feminist teaching a class.
Why are we assuming? Why are we assuming that the more mature, sophisticated, cultured, educated, professional lady is automatically a card-carrying feminist? Why do we assume that?
I didn't say automatically a card-carrying feminist, but I'm the person that I'm describing. I mean, I put her at a university, so it doesn't. That's not a far reach that people on university campuses, with everything that they're teaching out there, that a lot of them, if they're not card-carrying, they do have left-leaning, if not full-blown feminist ideals. So I don't think
that hasn't been my personal experience.
Oh, and that's fine. But the person that I'm describing, that's how I describe them.
Yeah, but why do we assume that will be?
I know I didn't assume that. That's what I described, and I'm trying to just describe that person, and then jump to a better point that I think will spark a better discussion. That person that I described, who is feminist leaning, when I hear a lot of them speak, they will make very, very similar arguments that go something along the lines of, similar to what the woman was saying. Where she talked about women, their mental strength. Like, men are physically stronger, but women are women, because they lack the physical, they have the mental and the emotional strength. And so when you combine their physical strength with their emotional and mental strength, that makes them in their own way stronger than men. And so, like, you will hear educated women making that same argument that you hear women make on the streets in Vegas, in that conversation, in the that from that show, It's Complicated. That's where Kevin Samuels and MTR was on. You'll hear them making that argument there, and you'll hear them making arguments similar to that out in academia. You hear a lot of those same arguments, those same points. So I don't think it would be that much of a difference. To me, what I'm more concerned about is whether or not the thoughts, views, ideals, and perspectives of men are getting out there on large platforms. That's what I care more about, whether or not the woman who
why do you care about it being on large platforms?
So people can hear it.
Okay. Would you consider my lady friend to be one of the type of women that you described?
I don't know her like that, and I don't really want to comment on your you're a lady friend at all. Like I don't, but no, she seems very intelligent. But I'll leave
We
it
got
there.
that, but do you consider her to be part and parcel of this de facto default setting, feminist leaning, thinking type of woman that you just described?
What? No, Obsidian. That's one. It's weird.
You just described the sister that is on the university campus and has these type of views.
It's
that
weird for
they
you to ask
embody.
me, what do I think of your woman?
Well, the reason why I
in that
asked that is
regard.
because she doesn't think that way, and I've known quite a few sisters that don't personally.
Okay.
So what I'm asking is, why do we assume that the women that are more educated, more professionally established, older than the ones featured in the clips that you're playing, why do we assume that they are the default setting?
That question didn't exactly land. You said why do we assume that they are the default setting?
Yeah. Why do we assume that they automatically are feminist and leaning? Why do we assume that?
Okay. All right. No. I start with the assumption that even if a woman does not use the word feminist,
Yes.
if she's a woman of the West, chances are her default setting is feminist leaning. Chances are. Now
My
there
lady
are
friends are women of the West.
that's why I said chances are.
Right, but I'm telling you, I've met quite a few ladies who don't say those things, who don't believe those things. As a matter of fact, they quite disagree with it. They think, for example, I've known quite a few sisters that think that black feminists are weirdos.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think we need more like them. Yeah.
So my question becomes, I see the conversations that are occurring on the street. I get it. Fair enough. But it's interesting to me that they seem to be the only people that get talked to. I'm just wondering why that is.
Why that? You're saying
A
why?
certain type of woman always gets talked to in these settings. I'm even thinking of the Fresh and Fit setting. Why is it that they're the only ones that get talked to? Why is that?
I think Fresh and Fit have their reasons for bringing in the women that they do. It's Complicated guy. I think he walks on the street because that's what Kevin Samuels and MTR was doing. The
Right.
voice you heard in the background, for those that don't know, was a guy who has a channel where that's all he does pretty much. He walks around on the street and interviews men and women, and that's sort of the appeal of the show, that they talk to just get the random thoughts and ideas from the random everyday person. That's the appeal of the show, essentially. But my overall argument is,
So you're saying that two people that can have a mutually stimulating exchange on dating and mating in a modern context that are older than 25 can't be appealing.
absolutely it can. I think the conversation that you had with the chick from Elle magazine, and I don't have a clue how old she is, or I don't know nothing about her, but I do know that she is well, based off everything I heard in the interview, she's a well-educated, really smart woman. I mean, in terms of her credentials in academia, she's doing well, and I didn't hear anything different. That's my general point. I didn't hear anything different. Whenever I hear someone, whether it's Jordan Peterson, whether it's Kevin Samuels, or whether it's yourself, whether whoever, when they get in the ring with rational, logical men, they tend to lose. So that's why I don't even understand the point of saying, well, why aren't they talking to more intelligent women on the streets of Vegas? When we see the more intelligent women get in the ring, it's not that much of a difference. That's the reason they try to avoid getting in the ring, because deep down they know a lot of their ideals may very well be some bull, and they're just pushing their agenda and their propaganda, and it gets smacked down by logic, reason, and facts.
So your assumption is that the women that we're talking, like, if you use Nicole Young and my lady friend,
who is Nicole Young?
Nicole Young is the woman who interviewed me for Elle magazine.
Oh, okay. I don't be committing their names to memory.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So my lady friend was here the day that she interviewed me, and she considered her like a lightweight. And largely for the reasons that many others, when the actual taped interview got out that I posted, she used the word trope at least a dozen times.
Yeah.
In and of itself, that doesn't suggest somebody that's firing on all cylinders. That in and of itself is a problem. So no, I think that you're talking about people that are ideologically driven that come from the university campus. But professional ladies that I've spoken to over the years, they don't talk like that. They just don't.
So what are you saying, Obsidian? You saying if we talk to more intelligent women, they would defeat the manosphere talking points?
I'm saying that those women are not in conflict with the manosphere to begin with.
Oh, that's an interesting thing for you to try to go out and prove. I asked those women who they voted for and why. We may get a. I mean, I'd like if I'd like for you to go try to prove that, substantiate that claim.
Okay, what did they tell you that they voted for Bernie Sanders? What then? What? And I actually know black women who have.
Okay.
Are we saying that they're still an enemy of the black manosphere now?
One data point at all just doesn't make them an outright enemy.
Okay. What would put them in opposition to the black manosphere other than voting? We got that. Fine. One data point. What else? And feminist talking points, which I suggested. Many professional black women that I personally know that are older, they don't talk that way. Now, to be sure, I do know black women of the type that you're talking about. Make no mistake about it. They do exist. That's a real thing. I'm just simply saying that merely because you're a professional, a sister, and more mature does not automatically put you in the black feminist camp.
Yeah, I think any reasonable person would agree that just because you're categorically one thing, it doesn't mean you're categorically the other thing. That is generally true. But I mean, I don't listen. I don't know who you're lobbying for right now. Like I really don't.
I'll tell you what I'm lobbying for.
Okay.
I'm lobbying for a conversation that needs to expand beyond relatively sophomoric content. We need more, thoughtful, engaging, black relationship content, and that needs to go beyond a kind of sophomoric take on these things.
Have you talked to Kevin Samuels about how sophomoric his show is?
I didn't say his show was sophomoric,
but what they did just now was sophomoric.
I think that type of content, so it is. I mean, look at the people that you talk to.
Do the women that call into Kevin Samuels' show, do they express more intellectual scruples than what we saw there?
Some do. Some are definitely sophomoric, no doubt about it.
I think the average woman that calls into Kevin Samuels' show is not that much different from what we see in the It's Complicated show and what we saw at MTR and Kevin Samuels.
So you're talking about
interviewing.
Now you're talking about a matter of degree.
No, I'm saying they're not that much different. So that's why I don't understand.
Means a matter of degree.
Well, I mean, nobody is exactly the same. So that's what I'm saying. It's not that much different. It's okay. Yeah. So I don't. That's why I don't. That's why again I don't understand where this is going. You're saying we need to change the. I know. Well, yeah, you said we need to change the conversation and not have it be so sophomoric or so this or so that. But there are people higher up you can go talk to about that.
But I'm talking to you. You're the one that's showing the video. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, and I'm not the one that flew to Vegas to walk the streets and talk to.
Yeah, you're the one that's showing it and talking about it.
Yeah, I am. But what I'm saying is
there calls on it, and I answered the call.
And also I'm saying that there are people, someone in particular higher up whose cell phone number you have that you could talk to directly about that, who does similar content every day, even though it's a different vibe with how Kevin Samuels does it. But still, I mean, it's a man who's smart and learned on these topics, with women calling in completely unequipped to deal with what he's going to say and how he's going to say it. as somebody described it, like Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit, their show. It's just guys who are well read and researched on topic, basically just dunking on women who are not. It's my position that
and that's entertaining because what again?
And well, I mean, go tell Kevin Samuels you don't think his show is entertaining, but
you just mentioned Fresh and Fit.
Okay, take them off the table. Kevin Samuels. I've heard somebody say that about Kevin Samuels. He's just dunking on layman's and on topics that he's well read on.
Mhm.
But either way it goes, damn it, had a point right at the tip of my tongue. Either way it goes, I don't think it gets any better. I don't think it gets any better when the more intellectual, sophisticated, educated women get in the ring and challenge somebody like Kevin Samuels. I don't think it goes.
I don't know. I don't know why we're framing it as getting it in the ring and in conflict. Why are we framing it that way? I'm just talking about a conversation.
Okay.
Why are we framing it as a confrontation rather
That's
than?
how you always frame it.
I never said that. I never said get in the ring and do this and do that. I don't talk that way. I said a conversation from day one, and you've been listening to me for years, so anybody knows this. You should know it. I said a conversation, not a confrontation.
I can't pull up the clip, but I know there are multiple women, rather Feminista Jones or whoever, they don't want to get in the ring with the old man. You've said something like that before. Like, like Obsidian, come on, man. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? I don't understand.
I already told you what I'm doing. My first question was, what are the rules? My first question was based on what you showed with MTR making contact. Okay, what are the rules? What are the rules? The rules are you should make romantic contact on the first date. And if not, then kill the date. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with this, though, that if you wait to the first date to make intimate contact with someone you're going out with, it seemed to me that you waited too late. It's similar to the idea of going out on a date. And here I cite Darius M. He made a video about this last year. So the idea of going out, essentially he's picking up on the dinner horror piece. Okay, so he showed videos in his video. He showed snippets of other videos, I guess TikTok or whatever, of guys waiting until the check comes and asking the woman if she's going to either split the check or pick up the check. And of course, the woman is going to say no. So my thing is, I have no problem with that argument because this is the 21st century. I think hooking up is pretty much more or less the default setting of how we get things done now. We have sex first, and then we have a relationship. It's not the other way around, whereas in the past, it was a lot of courting and you got in a relationship first, and then you had sex. We're no longer in that period. We could debate why and how we got here, but that's where we are now. So I have no problem with that. My problem is if you get all the way up until the date itself and try to make an intimate contact and you haven't already established that before y'all get together, seems to me the problem ain't with the lady, the problem is with you. Just like if you want a woman to pick up the tab or if you want a woman to go half on it, you don't wait until the check come to do that. You make that established before y'all even go out.
I generally agree that that's a good principle to make sure that whatever you're looking for is somewhat established before y'all go out. If not full blown, absolutely established. I get that part. Yeah, that part generally makes sense when you said and I don't know, maybe you misspoke when you said waiting until. Oh, and by the way, Wizard X, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that super chat. I forgot what you said. I think you said something about Bernie Sanders. Bern is a puppet. He's supposed to, I don't know what emoji that is, but he party lines 90%, 99% of the time. I don't know if that's true. He was kind of, he was, I looked at Bernie Sanders as part of the establishment, but kind of against it. Hillary Clinton was more the establishment. That's why they pushed her in. So I wouldn't say that Bernie Sanders just is, toes the party line 100%. But he couldn't separate himself from the establishment, but he was a little further left of it, I'll say. But I don't know. That's Bernie. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Where were we? You had said something. You said waiting until the first date until you establish intimate physical contact. Like you only can establish it once the date is actually going on. So essentially, it sounds like what you're talking about is making it understood.
Yes, you tell her,
beforehand.
I intend to, get a feel on you, cop you up, whatever it is that you're looking to do. You let her know up front. That's what I'm planning to do. Now, if you don't want to do that, we don't need to go out.
Yeah, no. There's definitely something to that. There's definitely. I didn't exactly. No, I didn't at all. I didn't do that, but I do see how that's actually beneficial to get her to verbally admit to or verbally concede that yes, you did this what you plan on doing this, and she's agreed to it prior to the date. Yeah, that's prior to the arrangement, the meetup, whatever y'all doing, she's agreed to it in advance. And shout out to ARC on that. That's more or less, what he's talking about in mode 1, more or less. And that's more or less what you laid out, even though you did it in a unique way with talking about the itinerary or whatever. But that is something. That is something. No, this okay. I think Obsidian was kind of tripping earlier, but he ain't tripping on this part. That is probably the most effective way. If it's whatever it is that you're trying to do, get it established that that's what you want to do beforehand, and she's agreed to it, and now y'all have met up, and now it's all understood.
And what Darius M has
is
shown,
game, set, match. Yeah.
And what Darius M has shown, and I think he's right. I think he's on to something here. What Darius M has shown is that a lot of guys are too chicken shit to do that. That's the reason why they wait all the way to when the check comes, or they wait until the first date itself. Look, if that's how you at, where you at with it, you trying to get a full body hug, you trying to feel on them yams. You should say that well in advance of the date.
Yeah, but it's kind of awkward. Well, not really.
What is it about that is awkward? Exactly.
No, it's not awkward. You got to be good at executing that. It could come off as weird sitting there telling a woman, "Okay, I intend to hug you when we first initially meet." It can come off. It's a certain way that you have to go about that. Like so that's all I'm saying. So most of the time you just
we have Alan Roger Curry's mode 1, do we not?
Yeah.
That's the solution. Learn mode 1 from him.
Yeah.
Be seductive and smooth with it. Bang, problem solved.
Yeah, that's the word right there, being seductive and smooth. And that's I think, everybody had their different, views about being direct or indirect, but I think that's a big part of the reason why a lot of guys push back on being direct, because they're not that smooth with it.
But there's a solution. I provided out. That's the reason why I brought Alan Roger Curry into the space, so that mode 1 would be the default setting of game in the Black manosphere. Every man should be conversant with mode 1. Every man, just like every Marine or rifleman, every brother in the Black manosphere should be good with mode 1. Every man should be. So you can avoid that problem. I intend on filling up the yams as soon as we meet. Now, that's not what you want to do. I'm not your guy.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it pushing.
Mm-hmm.
So now tell me what's so blue pill about that. Because that's what brothers in the chat room are saying. That's blue pill. Really?
I don't know if they're saying, or to clarify, if y'all are saying that's a blue pill to be upfront, bold, and direct, then make sure you put it in that exact sentence. Because I'm giving y'all more credit than that y'all are not saying that. I'm going to give y'all more credit that y'all are not saying being direct is blue pill.
Just like if you want a woman to go half on the bill or pay for the date or whatever, you telling her that off the rip. You ain't gonna wait to the very end of the date and then whip it on her like that. No, man, that's weak.
Yeah, that was goofy. And some people do that to go viral. They have the little clip, the little monitor or whatever they got at restaurants now, and they'll ask the woman, are we smashing? And then she say no, or we not going back to my place or her place or whatever. And then they push the little button on the thing to say, split bill. I think they do that to go viral. Overall, no, that ain't the way. that ain't the way to go about it. If you're in the business of, going half, that ain't the way to do it on the fly under the gun. Are we smashing? Okay, well, this bill is split. It's a better way to go about, this is a better way to go about
that's who Nicki Minaj was addressing, men like that on TikTok.
When?
No, I mean, those are the kinds of men she's addressing. She's not addressing the brothers. She's not the ones that you just described, guys who do things to get a viral moment. That's who she's talking about.
I know. I'm trying to figure out was Nicki. You're talking about her conversation with Kevin Samuels?
Yes.
Oh,
she was talking about guys like that. She wasn't talking about the dudes that was, saying, hey, look, this is what I'm about. And, if we can't get with this, we go our separate way. I don't think she was talking about those dudes. She was talking about the other guys who do the stuff that you're talking about. And personally, my own personal opinion, I have no problem with that because I don't get down like that. Never have.
Yeah, I think you're connecting. The guys who do that on the fly like that, yeah, they are looking for a viral moment.
Which I agree with. I agree with you. I think they are doing that. I think it's a cheap shot too, to tell you the truth. It's a cheap shot. It really is. It's a cheap shot. You're taking a cheap shot at somebody, blindsiding them, all for some yucks on the internet. No wonder she told you what you could. Well, I'm not going to say it on the air because I don't want to disrespect your show. We all know what she said about guys on TikTok who do stuff like that.
The guy,
or
you weren't even addressing those guys. Why are you connecting Nicki Minaj to this? She wasn't addressing the guys that do the date thing. What are you talking about?
I was just about to say. Hang on. Or guys who attempt to strip out Kevin's talking points and use those talking points stripped down while not actually doing what Kevin talks about doing as a man.
All right, hold up. But dude, hold on. You came here to breathe on the mic? Jesus well equipped. Okay, he done. He gone. All right.
I had no idea that we had some devout Bible thumpers up in here. But yeah, I have no problem with the premise of what the rules are in a modern day dating context. I got no problem with that. My position is, okay, what are the rules going to be and how do we implement those rules? So if the argument is we need to be making intimate contact on the first date, well, how does she know that that's what we need to be doing? How does she know that before you actually get her with the date? If the argument is we need to be splitting the bill, how does she know that before you get to the date?
Yeah, nobody made the split the bill argument. But yeah, I don't think it's a far reach that people would have. Okay, intimate contact. How are you defining intimate contact? You just talking about like a hug?
You said make physical contact. You and others in the chat room said you need to be making that physical contact within the first date, and no, a handshake does not count. Okay, so how does she know that before the date goes down? So she has the option to say, no, I don't get down like that. You came to the wrong place. Go to another store.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, you could tell her, but again, like I said, you got to be kind of smooth in informing her what you're going to do, because it could just sound weird letting her know that I intend to hug you when we first meet up at whatever restaurant we're meeting up at. So that could be weird. So you kind of just go for it. That's what most guys do, and in most cases, if she's agreed to come out on a date with you, she has some romantic interest in you. Women typically don't have a problem hugging men that they have a romantic interest in. So that's why it's kind of a non-issue. But when it comes to, beyond that hug and what you really want, then that's a fair conversation about whether or not you should get that established before you even meet up with her, go out with her. It should be already agreed that that's what y'all plan on doing. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Is anybody else here that wants to join the conversation?
Jesus well equipped. I'm about to give him another try. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. You have the floor. You have the mic. What do you think about the conversation going on here? Go ahead.
I think that for the most part that I can kind of understand both sides. I would say the side that Kevin Samuels and mediocre tutorials represent, it's a reality that men are out here dealing with today when it comes to trying to establish a solid relationship when it comes to the opposite sex. But where I disagree sometime is with the intent. What's the intent of what we're doing? So if we're having conversations, what is the end goal? And if the end goal isn't to see more Black families, more lasting marriages, if it's just to I'm gonna say kind of capitalize off of, you know, the function, the dysfunction that we have going on, then I don't believe that, you know, it's proper in the first place. Now, this is, you know, social media, YouTube, people do whatever they feel like doing. But at the end of the day, I'm saying when you're grown, because money don't make you grown, popularity don't make you grown. When you're grown, you really want to see things become healthier. And I think that that's where a lot of the people who have a problem with KS and maybe the other brother, I think that's where it comes in.
All right, what's your I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly where you're going. I don't even want you to address people that got a problem with Kevin Samuels. Like, what's your general point that you're trying to make here?
my general point is, I mean, because the thing that you were talking about them being on Las Vegas, you know, strip and having these conversations with random people, and we live in a culture right now, as far as Black Americans, African Americans, that's really not healthy.
Okay.
And so, you know, my point is this: either we're adding to the problem, or we're providing a solution. And you know, when we get to talking about these things, we stand either on one side or the other. You're either adding to the problem, or you're providing a solution. And so,
okay, so do you have a solution to this problem that you're talking about?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I don't know if you fully. I mean, I think the problem that you said is, you said our culture is, what was the word you used?
Toxic.
Toxic.
How about that?
Okay, so
Yeah.
you said we're either adding to the problem or providing a solution. I'm assuming that you're not adding to the toxic culture, but so go ahead. What's I hate when people do this, but you came up and you brought up solutions. So I mean, whenever somebody do that, I throw it back at them. Okay, great.
Absolutely.
You got the mic. Go ahead.
I totally agree. So what I'm doing is I am being a grown man. What I describe as a grown man, which means I take care of my family. I take care of my wife. I love my sisters just as much as I love my brothers. And I do what I'm supposed to do in my role, in my sphere. Everybody got different reach. But within my reach, I'm a healer. I'm a helper. I'm a rebuker if rebuke is needed. But the intent that I have is always to see healthy endings. Healthy.
Okay, so it sounds like your solution is take care of home first. Each individual take care of home first. Basically, take care of yourself, take care of your family, and don't be one of the ones out there polluting in the toxicity. I mean, that's just a general point that we make here all the time, that you should be taking care of yourself, fixing your own problems, rolling up your sleeves, and doing what you got to do to win in this world, and taking care of definitely on the taking care of the family, taking care of you, taking care of the children and all of that. So yeah.
And I mean, but that even comes when we're dealing with, I mean, it's not just when we're dealing with the individuals that we know. That comes even when we're dealing with strangers. when you're dealing with people that you don't know, and so, me personally, I'm a Christian. So I go with Christian beliefs. And so I believe in the power of healing. I believe in the power of helping. I believe in the power of positive words and encouraging, even when we're out of line. And sometimes we come into sisters or brothers and they out of line. Sometimes it's the brothers just as much as the sisters. I run into both, sexes that are definitely way off. Don't have the tools to create a healthy relationship, let alone a life. And this is where we need more men. We need more healthy, mature, grown men and women. And I'm a firm believer that we set the stage as men. The women usually follow us. Any society you look at across the world, the men usually set the stage. And I believe that
do you think men in America as a whole sets this?
Well, I'm right now I'm just talking about African American communities.
Yeah, I know, but I understand what you're saying. But in this Western world, a man setting a stage, that's one thing. Women having the free choice to do what they want, how they want it, when they want it. That is a completely different thing. A man could set a perfect stage. A woman can say, I got my own stage. But even if her stage is all messed up, she's happy and free in her messed up stage. So you see, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead. No. I generally, for the most part, made my point.
Okay. I'm saying, listen, if we go back, all we have to do is go back a little bit and look at our communities, and you will see a drastic change in marriage and divorce rates. You will see a drastic change in employment. You will see a drastic change in a whole bunch of things. And that's because the mindset of our men were different. When the culture started to change, the men started to change. And what I mean by this is I'm a firm believer that, like, when we start being about what we're supposed to be about, because you have just as many men out here that's on the reason why a lot of our women are so guarded. And if you have daughters, then you kind of understand it. You don't want your daughter in the hand of just anybody, just telling her, I'm going to teach you to submit to a man and this and that and so on and so forth, if the man truly is not mature enough to be a proper man towards you.
Yeah, well, that's part of what you should be teaching your daughter, if you're in that perspective. If you're teaching her to be on board and how to properly conduct herself with the man, part of that is teaching her how to properly choose the right kind of man to do that to. Yeah,
absolutely. But that's part of the problem that I see is it's not just our women, it's our men. And when we're out of place.
So are you saying? Oh wait, hold on. So are you just saying that there ain't no good men out there? That's what you're saying?
No, absolutely not. I'm a good man. So why would I say that?
Are you saying it's not enough decent men out there?
I'm saying that the culture that we're having is going backwards. When we start.
Why?
Well, let me make my point.
All right.
Okay, so when we start glorifying the things that are unhealthy, and that's the culture that we live in now. We're glorifying rappers, we're glorifying athletes who may not have, I'm not saying all of them bad, but who may not have the best standards when it comes to raising healthy households, because the community starts with a healthy household.
Right. So I agree that it starts with a healthy household. So why don't you think there are more healthy households?
Because we have been through I'm gonna say a phase where our culture have changed, where things that were once commonplace and they were expected of men are not really expected no more. It's like, oh, it's okay for you to grow up and chase a dream of being a rapper and not take care of your kids, and it's kind of okay. I'm saying it's not okay, but it is okay. It's okay for you to walk around with your pants.
Well, no,
So-
I don't think it's okay for you to not be productive and chase a dream of being a rapper. I think what's more common than a guy chasing a dream of being a rapper is a woman chasing the dream of living a life and not really needing a man or being beholden to a man and charting her own course, her own way. And then later on in life, by early to mid 30s, if she wants a man, she would then be open, ready, and available to marry a man or commit to a man. I think it's far more of that. I think that is a more of a cultural norm in the West, where women are free and they don't
I was using the rapper just as a cultural example, not to specifically land on them. I'm talking about the mentality of what's expected of us. See, I'm gonna just speak from personal experience now. You're going to attract what you are, period.
Yeah, that's obvious. I agree with that.
If you're a mature man, you're not going to attract an immature woman. It's just not going to work. You don't have time for it. I don't have time to go back and forth, so on and so forth. So the reason, because I believe, and I'm going off of this premises, I believe that everything starts with the man. When the man starts losing their sense of purpose, when they start losing their sense of responsibility, then you're going to have that reflected amongst the women. And so what we're seeing.
Okay,
now,
wait, hold on. I got to push back on that, because
okay, come on.
We can already look at history. There was a time when most men broadly in this country were, on their on their purpose. That's a term in this space, but
okay.
I'm not using it in that context, but in the context that you're talking about, there was a lot of families. Women were, committed to and attached to a man, married to a man, having children by that man. That man was working. He was providing for his family. There wasn't exactly a movement where men, said, hey, women, we don't want you in this house, in this kitchen, cooking and cleaning and taking care of our children while we're out working and providing. That wasn't the movement. That wasn't what happened. It was the opposite. The women who had men who were doing everything that you say a men need to do today, it was a whole generation of women who had that, and they burned bras in the street and protested and fought and had a whole sexual revolution. Had a whole sexual revolution to get their freedom to do what they want, how they want, when they want it. And then now here they are today. They can create their own stage. They can write their own ticket, just like the woman we showed in the video earlier. She could be a what is she? An insurance executive, insurance salesman, or something like that. I forgot how she explained it, but I think she probably makes something like $70K. Working for herself. She could be overweight, make $70K, live her own life, and not have to worry about it, be concerned about a man, and that's the freedom that women are enjoying, and they love it. A lot of them. So to say that, okay, hold on. Okay, to say that if men just got back right and did what they were supposed to do, the women would fall in line. But that same type of thing you're saying, women ran away from that. Okay?
No, but see, I think that you slightly. I get what you're saying, but I think that you're slightly taking me out of context. I'm not blaming it all on men, and the movement that you're talking about really wasn't directly connected to the African American community when it initially started. It wasn't connected.
Doesn't matter. We live in this country.
It being connected to our women now is an offshoot. This is something that didn't latched on maybe in the last 20 or so years. But what I'm not saying that it is totally our fault, because it takes two to build a good home. It takes both a good man and it takes a good woman. But
I know, but based off what you're saying, it sounds like you're automatically saying if a man is a good man, a woman will automatically fall in line and do right by that good man.
You have to choose, family. That's part of being mature. You have to know what you're dealing with. So there's a whole bunch of women out there, and I don't think that they're just necessarily bad women. I think that they need to grow in the area of what it takes to have a successful relationship with a grown man. See, what it takes to have a successful relationship with a immature man, and what it takes to have a successful relationship with a grown man is two totally different things. And I don't think, the thing is, we don't really have them pictures anymore, because Big Mama and Big Daddy are passing on. We don't have the pictures of what a healthy household where people been married for 50, 60 years, that's fading away. And we're giving this new picture now on social media. We're giving this picture now of women living this single fantastic life, messing with John Gray and whoever, and this is what they're chasing. They're chasing that. But I'm saying, when it comes to us, we're also off, because a lot of the conversations, even from the individuals that we were talking about, I'm not going to bring it up because I really have no, I agree with a lot of stuff that they say, and I disagree with some of the stuff they say. So, but what I'm saying is this: they're not pushing happy, healthy households. That's what they're not pushing.
Are you saying Kevin Samuels is not pushing happy, healthy households?
I mean, family, he's not married. And so, no, he's not.
Well, he's been married twice, but
by his own admission, he's exercising his options. I don't respect that, family, at all.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me make this simple point. That's one thing that he takes a lot of criticism from men. He takes a lot of criticism for saying that a man should know that he wants to marry, whether or not he wants to marry a woman after just 6 months of knowing her. That's that's hard to say that he's not pushing families and healthy households. He definitely is, and sometimes a lot of people would argue that he's doing it to a fault, because but I don't even want to dig too deep into that. But I don't think you can mount that argument that's not something that he's pushing. You're talking about a man who's been married twice.
Listen,
hold on, wait a second. You're talking about a man who's been married twice. He's been married twice. And the big part of what his platform is about is, he's talking about getting black men and black women back together in relationships with each other. And that, so I don't know how you could say that. But real quick,
family, real quick, family, and that's not always what it's about. It's not.
Yeah, I think. Okay, so what don't you like about it?
Well, I mean, I agree with much that he says. Let me make that clear, because I don't want to be painted like I'm actually an advocate or an adversary of him, because I'm not. I listen from a third party point of view, and I listen objectively. So I listen, and there's things that I definitely agree with, and then I listen, and there's things that I disagree with. When it comes to, listen, if you're going to train somebody about how to have a happy, healthy relationship, then it first needs to start with you actually showing one. That's how I feel with anybody.
Okay. All right, Coach. So you're saying he's invalidated because he's currently not in a relationship. I think that's reaching for. I think that's reaching. Hold on. Wait. No.
Let me finish.
All right. Well, I'm about to say this.
Okay.
I think that's reaching for a way to try to invalidate somebody. The thing that I ask is what this person's saying either has merit or it doesn't. That's where I'm at with it. So I don't that whole whether or not he's married or currently married. I mean, he obviously rolled up his sleeves and tried twice. That's I
commend that. But I'm saying this, and this is why I go back to what I initially said in the beginning. Intention. You can't teach me something if you haven't learned it. Period. I mean, and I'm not saying that he don't have valid.
Okay, so he should delete his channel.
No, I don't delete his channel. The man has very valid. I'm able to listen.
So his valid points are okay, but it's a problem because he's not married. So you're saying he shouldn't make those points.
I mean,
so then what
you act like
if we follow your logic all the way home, you're saying I agree what he's saying, but he shouldn't be saying it because he's not doing X, Y, and Z in his life. So therefore you're saying somebody who's saying something that you agree with shouldn't say it because of this criteria you set up.
Okay, so let me break it down again because I think that you overtook my statement. I say I agree with certain things that he says because certain things that he says are facts. Family, you can't argue with them, And
What would
I
those
listen
certain things be?
objectively.
That's what that would be my question, Reverend, if I may, Reverend. Okay, let me ask you this. I want to deal with the point that you disagree with Kevin on because I do think it's a valid point, but I want to deal with that second. Let me ask you this first question. Could you cite for us 3 points that you agree with regarding Kevin Samuels? Just 3.
Okay, so I would start with the main one. If the main one that I would agree with Mr. Kevin Samuels on is we definitely have a unhealthy culture or mindset amongst many of our women today when it comes to knowing what it takes to have a healthy relationship with a grown man. With a mature man, with a man who just wants to go to work, come home, provide for his family. Yeah, the culture that we have is definitely not conducive to that. The second thing that I would agree with Mr. Samuels on is the expectations of a lot of these women are just ridiculous. Where you have to be some type of black superhero with a cape on, flying around the world in a jet and all this money, and yet she doesn't have to really be anything besides attractive. I definitely agree with him on that. The third thing that I agree with him on would be what a woman is bringing to the table, because when you get to a certain maturity, you get to thinking about that type of stuff. Like, what are you going to provide to me? I mean, because when you're young, you're 18, you're 19, you're 20, you're driven by hormones. So you're not really looking at a lot of stuff. But when you start getting a little bit grown and you start amassing different things and things like that, well, then you start kind of vetting your partners. Like, so, okay, I know you're like me, but what am I going to get from you? Like, am I going to get something that's going to add to my household? Those are, and I could go on with a few of the points that he makes that I agree with. But sometimes it's the intention, and that's what I was trying to explain, to the brothers. It's not that I can listen objectively.
What do you mean by the intention? Hold on, wait. You said it was the intention. What do you mean by that?
And so sometimes I just don't believe that the intention to build health. I listen to him, family. I listen to him. I like listening to even when I disagree.
So I just want to make sure you're saying that you don't think his intention is for black men, black women to have better, healthier relationships.
If it is, sometimes he get off point because it don't show all the time. Let me put it like that. Sometimes it comes off as definitely biased or one-sided. And
yeah, one-sided. Yep. It's one-sided. He argues on behalf of men, and he tells women they need to get on board with the best man that they could possibly get. I don't think that's a bad message.
Oh, okay, and that's where we could differ from opinion, family. That's the thing of being able to have an objective conversation. We don't have to agree. I can respect you and respect everything you saying and still not agree with you.
Let me ask you a question, Reverend. Let me ask you this. I heard your response to me, and I appreciate it. I think there is something to be said for being a living example. I will agree with that. Kevin has tried and failed twice to maintain a marriage. That's fair. So let me ask you this. Who do you think on the black social media landscape is actually living a better example than Kevin insofar as marriage to a black woman is concerned? Who do you think that would be?
You know what? I'm not very big on, to be honest, to be big on social media. I'm like, most of my time is spent working, taking care of my family. And when I do got free time, I'm watching fishing videos. I just so happen to run into KS's content, and I do like it. And from him, I went to mediocre tutorials and things like that because they're usually, how YouTube works. It start giving you recommendations. And so I do watch it. So, but I have seen just recently, but I don't watch them enough to make any standard on exactly like whether they're the example. But I did like some stuff that I heard. I don't know the exact name of their channel, but it was a young man and a young woman. They've been married for a long time. They had a great conversation concerning sex, and how he expected it. And she was like, "Man, I done had kids. My mom, sex drive and change." I just think it was a great, mature conversation between two people that's showing what it's like to work this thing out. We work it out. You know, if you're out there, you're playing the field. If you're out there, you're playing the family. You're not in a position to talk from this side because you're not working it out. You're out there trying to figure it out.
Well, that raises another question, if I may. That raises another question. This will be my last question because I know some other people want to get in it. That raises an interesting question, Reverend. You said that the couple that you watched are demonstrating in real time how to work things out. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the black manosphere, or for that matter, black social media in general, that is to say, black men, black women on these channels, these panels, the people that you see, do you think that they have an interest in working things out together or not?
All right. Real quick. Well, while we think on that one, I'm gonna go to Judge. I'm gonna go to Judge Zilla, but King Trini in the building says solution: women do not accept dates from men you aren't attracted to because men do not ask women they aren't attracted to out. The problem is women like to be touched unless she deems him ugly. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that, and thank you to Sir Tice. He says Sir Dorothy Pittman Hughes, the black woman pictured with Gloria Steinem, was a prop that was used directly to promote feminism to black women. It wasn't an offshoot. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Also, Captain Cisco in the building says Obsidian is jacking up the show again. It seems his lady friend influencing red pill awareness, his experience with education, lady friend anecdote. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Look, well, let me just respond to it. In Obsidian, when you asked me a question about your lady friend, I made it clear I don't want to be discussing your lady. I'm asking y'all to keep somebody's woman. And granted, he has put her out in the public space.
I was about to say she's fair game. She's fair game.
So, but not over here. Nobody's woman is fair game over here. I ain't doing that. But you can answer the question. But
I'll answer the question. She doesn't influence me at all. If that was the case, I wouldn't have been on the air because she's been here since the very beginning. You just only know about her, over the past month. But she's been here from the very beginning. Trust me, she does not influence my decisions or I'm going soft and all this other type of stuff. No, I'm just layered and complex. And I'm more than a one-string guitar. Mm-hmm. And a big part of the themes that emerge, and I've been doing this for 7 years. A big challenge for a lot of black men inside the black manosphere is that they lack complexity.
I disagree with that completely.
Let me finish.
I've been hearing this shit for 50 minutes now.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. It's possible to talk about BFF and also be in love with a black woman too.
Nobody said
it's possible. Hang on. Let me finish, please. It's possible to have a cordial conversation with a black woman and go in on black women too. It's a both and proposition, not either or. That would be my response.
Okay.
That's not actually complicated.
I literally just had a cordial conversation Monday. I'll probably be going in tomorrow. Like that's called normal around here. Like Sir Tyson in the building. He says, "Who reread those?"
Reared.
Who? I'm sorry. Reared. Oh, my bad. Who reared those males? You reference. There's a difference between males and men. People such as him don't highlight the men in effort to cape for Wakanda versus calling out the dysfunction.
Okay. So
hold on, real quick.
All this back.
Wait, Ed, stop. I got this. I got it. I cut him off before you did. Like, I didn't need that. All right, Al Boogie in the building says, "This is my I keep." He said, "This is my I keep my ties." Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I think this is the last one. Dare said, anime said, one of the most notable things I see is the nonverbal communication. These two women are enjoying the verbal sparring with the two men who are giving them attention. They are loving the pushback. I agree. And they basically admitted that they just didn't want to lose the conversation. I think that happens a lot. People don't care about what's right or what's wrong. They just don't want to lose the conversation. Peace times creates weak men and entitled women. Absolutely. And Sun is Hot Raw. I think I made it back to the beginning. All right, cool. All right, we got it. Judge, we're going Judgezilla, then Ed, and moving on. All right, go
I'll
ahead,
be
Judge.
very quickly. I feel a hurricane of brewing.
Yeah.
But first thing first, I think you've done a pretty good job to this morning. As you've been doing better and better and better, man. So I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
For what it's worth. With the chick, I think you went on the thing that said that like they don't know or they don't hear themselves. No, they do. They do. They know. She knew exactly, right? Because she knew how he came up to her and established physical contact. Yet she went through that whole fucking rigmarole. She knew at that time, right? She's not retarded, right? She doesn't have a memory issue, a frontal cortex issue. It's just that cognitive dissonance. It's that escape from reality that they place themselves in because they can.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're not going through what Ukraine is going through right now.
That's a good point. Yeah, the cognitive dissonance and most specifically the gaslighting. The gaslighting is very real, very real out there.
Second point, real quick here. In the black community, the multiple of men's possessive is men's.
Are you serious?
For men,
No.
in the black community, men's. That's black community.
No.
Third point. With the halving the bill. Usually, the halving of the bill is considered an audible. Like in my case, first date is not really a date. It's an establishment that we're not psychos. So it's like coffee, cantina.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Hey, I'm actually what I look like on the profile. I'm actually a person who actually takes a shower every day. That type of thing. Then you go on a date, which for me is typically not Morton's or Fleming's, is usually like a Chili's or a TGI Friday because it's the first date. So when you get when you get that situation to where the bill is split in half, that's usually because it's an audible called because at some point in time, either through the conversations or through the antics, it's like, yeah, flag on the play, no go. Yeah, we're done here. We're done here. The splitting of the check situation is, yeah, we're done here. Unless again, she establishes early ahead of time that she wants to pay for half of her meal. For her half of the meal.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that TGI Fridays. Because listen, I don't think I've ever those the fancier restaurants where it's liable to be $70, $80, $100 a plate. And I've never taken a woman that I'm just getting to know out at a date to one of those ever. But some people, that's the thing. Is I remember I think it was Obsidian that posted the average cost for the average date in some places, and it was up in like $200, $300, and I'm like, what the hell? It's like, but again, I don't know if they're talking about dates from people who are established in a relationship, but initially, no, you don't. I've never done that. Yeah, I've done a lot of meet up at a bar, a nicer bar, but a bar nonetheless. Somewhere they serve drinks, so they sell food, but mostly serve drinks. And then if it get a little more formal, then okay, we can upgrade it a little bit. But nah, that's I've done quite a few TGI Fridays dates.
I know in this space here, everybody pretends like all they ever do is DoorDash, Netflix and chill. But I mean, I pretty much figured this was basically the established thing, and Applebee's. There you go, Aang. TGI Fridays, a Chili's. You're there, you have a conversation. Movies aren't really great for that because it doesn't make sense, right? Because you can't talk in the movie unless Magic Johnson.
I don't understand that though, Judge. Not to interrupt you, please forgive me. I don't understand what this is. Look, man, if you just want to hit it, just say that. Look, I ain't trying to.
Those two aren't mutual. Obsidian. Those two aren't mutually exclusive.
But a lot of guys in this space. Let's be honest here. A lot of guys in this space. You tell me if I'm wrong. A lot of guys in this space see dating as, at best, a kind of waste of time. Let's just get right to it, man. I'm trying to hit it. Let's go. And if she with it or she's not, I suspect a lot of guys don't do it because they know most women will say pass.
Right, but like the gentleman, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Son is Hot Raw. I'm not sure. But who said in the super chat, women stop taking. You're not going to get women to stop trying to use men for meals. You're not going to do that. Meals or drinks. You're never going to get that. If you offer it, she's going to take you up on it. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
So if you can't negate that, then you come up with a satisfactory alternative to that when you're in the situation. You navigate the terrain that's in front of you. If it's right, you don't use snow tires in mud.
Yeah, but you navigate it by just taking that talk completely off the table all the time. You say, I just want to hit it. A lot of guys don't want to deal with that rejection. They don't want to hear that no.
Well, what's wrong
they put themselves in that situation to begin with?
What's wrong with just meeting up at a what's wrong with just meeting up at a restaurant that's
not what
relatively
is saying.
Either way it go. If you just want to hit it, what's wrong with just meeting up at a bar?
Because Alan Roberts Curry doesn't do that.
Okay, well, because there's such a thing as charisma, Obsidian.
So why can't they learn the charisma?
There is such a thing.
That's what he's there for. He's there to help you. He's there to help you get the charisma.
Wait a minute. You can invite her out to somewhere, an establishment that serves drinks, have some refreshments, and work your charisma, your game, and whatever you're going to do.
He doesn't have to do that.
I don't care. That's okay. I mean, it's great. He has a pretty solid method that works. But
so I'm saying for a lot of guys in the space,
we're debating.
So what I'm saying for a lot of guys in the space, we can take all of that out of the equation.
The thing that you're trying to take out of the equation isn't even a problem.
Yes, it is a problem. It's a problem for a lot of guys.
It's not a problem going out to have some drinks.
This is a form of manosphere politicking. You gotta start picking
What
up.
is the manosphere politicking?
These are shots. These are like air shots.
What do you mean air shots?
Dog whistle shots.
How are they dog whistle shots?
Go ahead and say who he dog whistling the shot at.
Well, I'm not saying it's particularly at a person, but what happens, this is what happens. Niggas in the audience will hear shit. They'll distribute this shit to whoever their content creator is that they know is going to act on it because maybe they're already actively in momentum to act on something. And then people just start making titles, thumbnails and stuff. I mean, this is stuff between, I'm not even going to mention the name because what you're saying is not particularly at that person. But my point is we have a lot of folks that all they want is smoke. So yes, I will say this, and then I'm going to move on from this. I agree with you that if a dude wants to do mode one of the burdens that they must learn how to deal with is rejection. ARC will tell you his batting average wasn't like 75, 750. So you have to deal with that. A lot of dudes that do mode 1 will tell you, I don't care if you're select. You have to be able to deal with rejection. Now, what happens with quote unquote select guys is they get good at dealing with their niche or their group of women that they understand they can create chemistry with in an immediate reaction, therefore creating a much more likely outcome that they want. And that's one thing people don't understand about that. But yes, there's a lot of dudes that don't want to approach and they will use examples of where the society is now as a mechanism not to do that. I've had arguments even on this platform about that with certain folks. So yeah, that is the burden of the man. That being said, part of the reason why dudes don't want to date is not because dudes just want to hit it. Dudes were cool with the formality. The women effed that up because they broke trust. That's what. So I mean, ain't no dude gonna be going on dates at 150 or 200 a pop, date after date after date, first day after date, and you find out this 3 out of 4 of the chicks was on some dinner horn shit. The very word you brought into the space. That's right. The problem. That's the problem. That's just as much of a problem.
And I provided a solution.
Right, but again,
I don't know if you're familiar with my solution, Ed, but I provided. But Bernard is. I provided a solution.
What was the solution? You saying that we're not going to go out unless I have sex first?
Right, but
Bernard?
there's a middle ground, gentlemen. There's a middle fucking ground here.
Are you familiar with my solution first?
How about not spending 120, 150 on the date? Again, Applebee's, TGI Fridays, Chili's.
Hang on.
2 for $20s.
Hold on a second. Why spend money at all if you're just trying to hit it?
I just said
Again,
that. I just
again.
acknowledged that. So we're getting. No, I hear what you're saying, Judge. The problem with you're saying, Judge, is a lot of these chicks are on some gimme time. Here's the problem.
Right,
And here's
right.
the,
But
no,
at
no,
the
no,
end,
Judge,
at the end of that date, you can then, if it's not going well, you can then say separate checks.
Well, that's true, but Judge, here's the problem. The problem is dudes are not doing enough qualification of women, and that's because a lot of dudes are not necessarily doing enough approaches because especially with the younger guys, we're dealing with the computer internet, where more and more people are dealing with the digital stuff. Like I don't do dating apps. I prefer to meet people because even on the female side, how you see them initially in their presence and stuff is not necessarily going to be communicated in a picture. I don't prefer to be fucking catfished. Because I'll say what the fuck is going on with me up front. They're the ones that's on the angle, filter, Adobe Photoshop crap. And I'm not wasting my time with that because I'll tell you what it is on the real.
Well, hold on.
So I get that, but that's not actually why I came up here.
I have a question. I have a question though. Exactly what is it about the digital age that precludes presumably younger men from qualifying dates?
Well, that's a lot of things. BGS just did a video on
Just give me a few.
Well, like first of all, because if you grow up in a lot of this, first of all, this is not everybody, but if you grow up in the digital atmosphere, we're not talking about a transition. Like I'm 35 and I was in the transition. So you're older, you're clearly gonna know two different worlds, right? Kevin Samuels the same way. If all you know, like let's say you go through high school. And then and Instagram was available all through high school, right? You're dealing with the women are looking at it from not who's the best looking dude in school. They're looking at it for who's the best looking dude in the fucking state.
Okay.
And so in that,
what does that have to do with the guys not qualifying the women?
It creates another next level, a certain rejection. It creates a whole different type of environment. But again, I'm not trying to have this conversation. I said what I said. This stuff has been discussed for like an hour.
Yeah.
And it's like it's gonna be a never-ending story that I'm not trying to read right now. I mean, we all know what's going on. I mean, shit, like I said, the women are looking at
what is going on? What exactly is going on?
I'm done. Period. This is me forcing the landing. So are we cool?
Yeah, we cool with that. Go ahead.
Okay, because the dude left that I originally wanted to talk to.
Yeah. What prompted you to come on up? Go ahead and just say
it was a lot of stuff that prompted me to come up even before he came up. But at the end of the day,
but no, I do want you to address what I do want you. You can go ahead and address what he was saying though.
What he was saying, the thing about it is he's slow walking. I'd rather him state what he thinks and then explain it later rather than trying to slow walk it. My biggest thing with him being a reverend, and I'm gonna say this respectfully, my biggest thing, now certain people can get away with that because they're content creators, they got certain level of gravitas in the system, so people put up with that to a certain up with it. But here's the thing. He said he's a reverend. Is that what he said? Because I didn't hear that direct.
I didn't hear him say that. I heard Obsidian call him a reverend. I don't know if he's a reverend or not.
Okay. Because that was a whole angle I was going to go on. Because my thing is Rebecca Lynn Pope is out here with a reverend husband doing a reality show telling black women to and to be honest, the Asian woman get on their knees and propose to men. You know, which is not. Yeah, you don't know that.
I know she's doing a show. I didn't know she was telling them that.
Well, the show was not her telling them. The show is about women that want to propose to the man and they have a day to do so. So you're putting the man on the spot. And then they're real good commercial. Even the older women don't agree with it as far as the parents and stuff like that. But that's what they're doing. And the reality show is like a day where she's counseling them on doing that, I guess. She's there as the fairy godmother kind of shit, I guess. But my point is that's not really appropriate to what the church wants. So why aren't you talking to her husband, Mr. Pope, about that? Because the black church was tasked with culture. They clearly fucked it up. And so I could hold the men that are in the leadership of the black church really directly responsible because they chose a prosperity gospel over and getting the money easy over a lot of stuff. So the manosphere, if anything, is a manifestation of their failure. So like the pro-blacks need to sit their ass down for the most part. Anybody that's trying to come in by way of the church need to automatically sit their ass down unless they go on account for that. The second thing I would say too is he strikes me as the type of guy that he's comfortable talking to men to hold men accountable because he's a man talking to men. I understand that. And he said that Kevin hasn't lived that life.
Wait, hold on. If I could stop you,
yeah, go
if I
ahead.
could stop you real quick, I don't think that he's talking I didn't gather that he was coming from a perspective of I'm a man, I'm comfortable talking to men, so I want to talk to men about what we need to do right now. What I sense, and we get this all the time in this space, it was really just a undercover cape that was going
I'm being
on.
diplomatic. I know I'm being diplomatic.
That's what was going on.
Nice.
And they do that all the time. You know, you saw that. I keep referencing too much when that Tommy Sotomayor situation where the chick punched him on Fresh and Fit. People are, the people who say it's like a low-key cape for her, taking all responsibility for her who had a violent reaction to non-violent actions. But the people that try to say, well, a man is supposed to carry himself a certain way or have a certain temperament or understand that when it's time to get out the room or when it's time to do this or time to leave or it was something not right and his masculine friend, like they'll try to simp, pander, and put the cape on under the guise of true masculine men.
You're right.
Don't have that problem or conducts themselves this way. It's like it's really just a pander. That's what it is.
Right, but I said it the way I said it too, because I wanted to ask him. The comfortability part is because dudes like that, they're scared to really talk to women directly. They won't sit there and be the only one in a group of females, like even like the real Dana types, and it's a Republican, mind you, and that's what she says. And then check that crap. They won't do that. And when I say check, I mean challenge it. They won't, because they're going to easily, comfortably fall in where if the man is supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing, the women are going to be doing naturally what they're going to do, as if women are not independent operators. Perfect example.
Yeah, that's the number one sign of somebody who about to pander when they start out with that argument.
And let me tell you how insane that this goes. We've had a couple of tragic situations that's happened to black women, and white men have been at the center of that. Like the last person that saw them alive were like a white dude. There's a couple of like stories going on that way. Red Supreme was just on and he did a video about that. And Paris Milan said this, and she said, and I quote, if black men were doing what they're supposed to be doing, she would have never tried to date out in the first place and wound up the way she did. This is what she said, showing her face. And she used to be one of the ones that was supposedly in the middle, holding both groups accountable. But that just to show you the extreme. No matter what they do, apparently they don't have their own brain and make their own decisions. It's that the men did something, because women are inherently good and they inherently do the right thing unless a man comes in and messes it up. And then they get off course. Think about the chick you interviewed. The light-skinned chick that ended up being a really productive conversation. Her dad went over the river and through the woods and basically saved her, or gave her a chance to actually have a normal life when she alluded to what her mom was on. Fought and won. Yet she still was in that battle, that Anakin Skywalker battle of good and evil as far as who's the problem, who's not the problem. I'll land it there. I heard what you said. That's a valid criticism. It is. I do need to start landing better.
That was actually a good one as well, as when you pointed that out. That interview.
Wait, she wasn't light skinned. The chick that was she was like brown at best. The chick that had
I gotta relook at the picture, but whatever.
I'll give you that though. The one you had on the not too long ago, last week.
That one was brown. Yeah, it was a light skinned one on
the argument though that you presented, the observation that you presented. It's like the first. It was
one
like
where it turned into
it literally looked like it was the first time she had actually considered that. Like, wait a minute, you're saying all this, and you have an example and your father who went through all of this to be after the divorce to be a part of your life. You know it. You know who his adversary was.
You've seen it,
and yet you're still saving this.
You've lived the story, and here's the crazy part too. That's what brought me to what I saw in the mediocre tutorials and Kevin Samuels thing. First of all, because the parts that I saw where they were non-black, and then the black ones I kind of skipped over, and then that's why I saw Obsidian got on, because I listened to a lot of the non-white coverage you had did, but they were saying the same stuff as that we hear. And they were just, it wasn't so much that they do know,
Yes.
but they feel the lack of they know there's no consequence to saying something stupid. See, back in the day, women would elicit consequences on other women doing that, because they'd be like, you're messing up the brand doing that. Where even if you think that, the brand can't show that. Like when you look at how Asians are presented, there is the reality of how they get down, and then there is the brand, you know, of how Asians get down, and they benefit from the brand. Same thing with Latinas. They benefit from the brand. And this is the one thing, unfortunately, our women don't get. Our women don't get, fuck the black men. It don't matter what they want. Even if you're on that type of time, guess what? You have a brand to protect that gives you access to the best men regardless. This is why even in the divester movements, it's crazy, because you never see them really talk about how black women mess up the brand for what they're trying to do. They always all tend to sync up on everything is black men's fault, which I'm like, doesn't even help you create the outcomes you're ultimately trying to create.
Yes, it's black men's fault that they can't get with white men.
I literally saw a post. I'm seeing posts of women, and Shay Sade has been sharing some of these, where black women will say that white men don't date them because white men have too many black male friends, and we're telling them what's up. Like, I've seen that more than a few times on Twitter by different
Yeah,
women.
real quick. JC the Conqueror in the building with the $5 super chat. He says the juice ain't worth the squeeze, and men aren't wasting their time, to be honest. And thank you, JC the Conqueror. I did see where you sent a cash app. I do appreciate that cash app that you sent earlier. And again, special thanks and shout out to our M, who just became a Patreon, I think like late last night. I appreciate. Oh, what the hell was that?
Oh, last thing
on my end, my bad. Sorry.
Last thing too, on that other dude too, Kevin always tells these younger females, even some he won't talk to, you need to talk to your father. I'm not even gonna give you advice. That's for your daddy to give you. So when he got a problem with Kevin. He needed to say that and leave there and stop trying to act like, oh well, I agree with 3/4 of what he says, but it's just the intention. That's bullshit. You don't you wish it was somebody else up there, because you wish that's married or whatever. But the reality of the situation, where are these guys? These guys that are the guys that you supposedly want up there, they don't think there's a problem in the first place, or they're not going to step up and actually have the conversation. You don't. And so it's not like Kevin doesn't tell these women to talk to their dads in the first place, but these women started off by defying their fathers, if they had one. I mean, so it's man, these dudes, they really try to, I don't know, man, but I just want to add.
Well, what do y'all think about this? The fact that in a roundabout way, like we'll have guys do similar to what the guy just did who came up, where we know what his true position is, but he'll in a roundabout way try to work his way to the art to try to make a cloaked and hidden under masculine manness as the reason why he's making an argument, but in a way all they're really doing is you let them talk long enough, a lot of their gynocratic views are going to slip out.
He's trying to hide.
I really didn't have a firm handle.
Real quick. Hold on, I want to make this point. There are also men who will do what he's doing. They'll even make channels. And do a very similar thing. They'll be in the chat room doing something very similar. I remember I forgot the name of the guy. I don't know if I forgot his name. He was on my channel recently. Ed, I think you was up when he was posting something, or he came up for a second. He wasn't really making sense. I let him go, dropped him down. But he started posting something. Yeah, he started posting some blue pill stuff in the chat. I saw him over in Angry Man chat, agreeing with everything Angry Man was saying. Probably just it's like these guys who is like, we know what they are, but they'll come in, they'll try to be cool, they'll try to agree, and they'll try to smuggle in their stuff under the table. It's like on the female side, it's like they don't have, at least I don't think they have people that do that.
No,
Like
hell
these
no.
guys,
They'll snuff
these,
them
these
out.
guys will come in as full blown sleeper cell. You know, they splinter cell with this shit, trying to figure out a way, figure out a way to work their way into this space and try to, you know, try to smuggle in some blue pill stuff under the
I
table
got you.
without us noticing. And so I'm just wondering, I'm just
Mission
trying to figure out
Impossible
where's
type
yeah. Where's that doesn't happen. It's like women don't go over to the other side and try to smuggle it in and be like, yeah, no, I know, sis, I agree with you on everything that you're saying. However, but and then make a case against what they're doing, but try to cloak it under something else. Like they don't.
We're all men here, right? We're all men here, right? We're all tough, right?
No,
we're all
'cause
strong.
women don't
We're
want
strong
some-
enough to carry the community. We're strong
Women don't want
enough
some
to
Hitler
overcome
youth
this
shit.
women's fuckery with this community.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Bernard. So going back to the putative reverend, exactly what was his point? Because the only point that I got from him was Kevin is illegitimate because he is not a living example of what he proposes right now. I'll go along with that on the proviso that he can give me a better example. By his own admission, he couldn't. Now, maybe I read it wrong.
That wasn't the important part to me. That was a very small part of what he said. The bigger, hold on, real quick, Ed, hold on. The important part of what he was saying is he was basically essentially making an argument to try to invalidate to invalidate what men are doing as a whole, speaking on these topics. Basically, y'all need to get y'all stuff together. Y'all ain't right, and the fact that y'all ain't right, that's why the women ain't right. So basically, so he in so many words, he copped a plea when I asked him. So he's saying there aren't enough good men out here for the women to even make better choices. Like that's what he was saying. He basically came in with a "you niggas ain't shit" argument, but guys under masculine code talk that if we just led properly, they'll follow naturally because that's what women naturally do because they in this free Western world where they could do whatever they want when they want to have a slut walk and do anything they want. If men did what they then did the right thing, these women will automatically jump on board and do whatever you wanted to do. It's the gaslighting argument from hell. Like that's the biggest core of where he was going wrong.
Bernard,
from my
I didn't get that.
It's Uncle Luke's fault they're shaking their ass.
10 seconds to put it simply, the black community, everything you deal with now is because the black community is a failed patriarchy. And rather than you niggas argue about what the women are doing, get off your ass and rebuild the patriarchy, and the women will act right. That was his argument.
I didn't get that from.
I know I just sniff it from a mile away.
I plead ignorance on this. I didn't get that at all. The argument that I got from was that Kevin was illegitimate because he wasn't married right now.
That's what he started off with.
And when I asked him, that's what he specifically said. And I asked him about that for clarity, and then followed up by asking, "Give me a social media example." And I asked it for a reason, and he didn't interrogate it, but I'll say it. We don't have to agree or even like where we are right now. But the simple truth is, this is where black people are online, on social media. We watch TV. We use social media more than anyone else. This is the medium. So if whoever doesn't like what whoever is doing, they don't like that. That's fair. You got to give me a better alternative here. If you can't give me a better alternative here, then everything becomes moot.
Yeah, and again, to me, that wasn't the.
He tried.
That wasn't to me that wasn't the most important part of it. Like when people are criticizing Kevin Samuels on that, you know, like as big as his platform is, at that point they're throwing pebbles at the throne. And I look just as goofy trying to run and block all the little pebbles. I don't even care. That part wasn't even important to me. It was the larger, bigger issues that he was bringing up.
A point that he himself couldn't even simply and clearly articulate.
Well, he segmented. Here's the thing.
Am I wrong in saying that? Did I get that right? Did I get that wrong?
What you're saying is correct, but he tried to make it a greater thing about men outside of Kevin when he knew he couldn't answer the question.
So my question to you, Edward. So my question.
Hold on, because he segued out of it, and that's what me and Bernard are talking.
So my question to you, Edward, and everyone else on the panel is: if indeed his argument is as you've typified it, why couldn't he clearly and concisely articulate it?
Because he was trying to run game. And when you run game, if you don't know how to run game, you look stupid.
Why the need to run game though? Hold it. Why the need to run game? Why can't you just simply articulate it? That's
the shortest two distances, but between any space is a straight line. We're gonna call that logic. He knew he could make a logical argument because he's not dumb. He knows the who, what, when, where's, and whys of why we got here. So they don't do that. And this is what Bernard was talking about with a lot of these folks. They try to create this elaborate mission, whether you could just knock on the front door if you're supposed to be there. They know they're not. So what they do is they basically cloak it. We know what it is. That's why I'm like, let's have a real conversation. This is why
I agree. Let's have a real conversation. So the Reverend is back. The Reverend is back. Do you agree with what Bernard said in summing up your whole statement, or no?
Do I agree with Bernard? Yeah, I agree with Bernard.
No, I mean the Reverend.
First, are you actually a Reverend? Did you say you were a Reverend, or did Obsidian?
No, sir. I'm not a Reverend.
Oh, I apologize. Sir, do you agree? Do you agree with what Bernard said?
Can I chime in real fast? First off, understand, I don't do any cloak anything. I'm a grown man. I don't have to do any cloak anything. I'm at work. I work from home. You know, I run a trucking and a dispatch business. So I came past the conversation during one of my little slow moments. I did not respond back to you because I started getting a flood of phone calls. And even though I could see you, I couldn't hear you. So I didn't really hear anything that you said that last when you said you're going to ask me a conversation. So insinuating that I'm dodging conversations or dodging questions, family, is all the way incorrect. I have no need. This is YouTube. I don't have, you don't know me. I don't know you. You know, you're not my next door neighbor.
I didn't say, for the record, I think somebody else said you dodged a question. I didn't say you dodged a question. I was talking about just the general premise of your argument. And one of the general premises of your argument that you were saying is that basically if men got on point, women will automatically follow. If that was the case, I think it would be quite evident in the choices that women make with the men that they got with. But the reality is, women are free. They make choices to do what they want. They make.
That's not totally what I was. That's not completely what I was saying. I was speaking when I said that. I was speaking as a whole, and what I mean by a whole,
I described it as a whole. I described it as a whole and as a community.
We're right now we're a fragmented community. You have what I'm gonna call the good man, or you know, the responsible individuals who are out there taking care of their business, who's doing what they're supposed to be doing as mature men, and then you have a whole section of irresponsible individuals, you know, and the women are forced to deal with both of them.
No.
It's sad because the culture.
That's not true.
Listen to me. Let me finish my statement. Like I let you finish yours. Okay. The women in our culture, a lot of the reasons why they are guarded is because they are dealing with so many men that may look good on the outside, but the truth is they're not really mature. They're not looking for families. They're looking for they're looking to get laid. They're not looking.
Hold on. What do you mean by guarded? Well, you said the women are
I'm
guarded.
Sorry, say that again.
You said the women are guarded. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying a lot of the defense. You got to realize this. Let me start with this, okay? Is that we do what we're taught, and the culture pretty much is what's kind of teaching our community now. A lot of the reason why men are acting the way that they're acting is because either they were not taught and they have to learn this thing on their own, or they were taught incorrectly. Like we just got into, I was able to peep in and see that you guys talking about the proper way, how to date and on the first date and all that old type of stuff. But you have a lot of individuals that's all they're looking for. They're not looking to establish a family or a community, and so that has also reflected onto the women. I'm not blaming everything on men. I'm a man. It'd be crazy for me to blame everything on men, and I'm a man. But at the same time, I do feel like we are we're the head of this body, if you want to say it like that. And I feel like everything starts with us. Everything starts.
I don't think he described what you meant by guarded.
Yeah, I don't think he. I mean, here's my thing.
He didn't describe what he mean by being forced. Well, how are the women being forced to deal with the good guys?
Let's move forward. Hold on. He said a lot. We don't gotta.
So 32%. Let's just start putting numbers to it. 32% of black men are married. We know the 32%. 53% of black men don't have children.
Okay.
And then we have X amount that's in jail. We'll say 6 or 7%, even though it's going down. Of black men are in any given point in jail or in prison. So what that means is you have about 16% of dudes that are out here, what we call shooting up the club, getting women pregnant and baby mamas. That's the vast majority.
That's not accurate. And I'm saying
that is accurate.
Listen, your numbers may
that's
be
per
accurate.
blackdemographics.com.
Your numbers may be accurate, but just because a man is not married, and does not have kids, does not mean that he's in the right mind state for building a house.
But chances are, hold on, time out. But chances are, if somebody is making it all the way to their 30s or mid 30s and they don't have any kids, that's a man who's responsible. That's a man who's responsible with his dick. And you show me a man who's responsible with his dick, he's more than likely responsible in other areas of his life as well. So we can more or less say if the married men are not an option, the men who don't got kids, they're definitely a better option than the serial impregnators over there, which is the minority. But I think it sounds as if you're highlighting them as if those are the majority that the women have to choose from. But if only that small minority that you think is the majority got it right, then the women would automatically get right. But my argument is that there's statistically enough men who are in the right, who are doing things right, to where if the women really wanted to get on board, they would know how to do it. They would be able to figure out how to do it. They are pretty efficient when it comes to picking the father of their children. A lot of them do a horrible job, but they know how to knock it out the park when it comes time to pick the stepdaddy, which means they know a decent dude when they see one. So I don't really buy that argument. That's where your arguments fall apart.
Hold on. I wasn't finished with my point, and I'm gonna land it here. The reason why I said that is because that knocks out a couple of key pillars of your argument. One is they're forced, because I saw another divester say that they're forced. Why do they have babies out of wedlock? Because they're forced, because that's the environment they're in. You're not forced to have a child. That we know what word that's called. You choose to do it. That's number one. Number two is when you look at this 16%, what that insinuates is they're going out of their way to find a smaller number of dudes. This is why you see a lot of dudes and have a lot of kids by different women, is because they're focusing on it. We could argue why that is. The point is they're doing it. Another thing is we live in a society now where morning after pills are readily available. Abortion, we know black women use it. And that obviously you have condoms, which you can also show studies that black men wear more condoms than any other group. You literally saw that once they started to change the laws and make them more draconian on child support, because dudes don't want to be on child support. So my point is, even a lot of these women that you say with their fathers, they're defying their fathers to basically be on some hot girl summer thing. The last thing I'll say, because I know we got other people out here, is what are the women saying to the women? You see, even if I can agree with you that that's more appropriate for the women to check the women, the truth is one of the first things that a lot of these chicks did was remove the Judge Hatchets, the Shahrazad Alis, now Iyanla Vanzant. They got rid of those women. to now what you have is the Tokyo Tony grandmothers, which is basically the mother of Black China. Basically, the whole grandmothers teaching the whole grandkids. And where are all the men that's supposed to check that, since we need all this leadership? Because somehow what people believe is that men, by being superhuman and Superman and standing in their cape of leadership, the women are just going to see the guiding light of goodness. And by then, they're just going to say, I'm going to be a virtuous chick. The Black church failed in that. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, but see, here you go again. Like I say, hyperextending. You're taking a word and just taking it totally up out of context. I just use the force, which means in the aspect that they are encountering both. They're encountering these irresponsible men, and they're encountering responsible men. Now, I said earlier, if you remember my conversation, that you're going to attract what you are. And so a mature woman, and I mean I'm married to one, so I know a mature woman thinks maturely. And she's going to do the whole proper thing about dating, finding out who you are, what you're about, and if you're marriage material. Same thing with a man. If you're a mature man, the issue that I was bringing up is that we don't, at least in my circle, at least in the individuals that I know, I see a lot of the single men that do not have children, or maybe they have 1 or 2 kids, but they're not really looking to settle down. They're not.
Can I jump? All right. This last thing. I promise. I get. Kevin Samuels, like this argument you're making,
you got 10 seconds.
A great argument before Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels proved it out of these women's mouths. Is what you're saying is crap. I'm done.
Wow, you got it done in like 7 seconds. I gave you 10. That's amazing.
Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. I want to challenge that gentleman. Number one.
Hold on, wait, Uncle Stu. Hold we gonna go in order. I know you want to jump in. I see you down there, brother. Game Changer and Jackie Jack haven't spoke yet. They was up here before you. I'm gonna work my way down to you. Game Changer, just hold your thought on that one, Uncle Stu. But go ahead, Game Changer.
All right, thanks a lot, Bernard. So, brother, I actually understand what you're saying, that that player culture was pushed upon us. You can tell by the change in music from R&B to player, play on, and things like that. Womanizing is something that is culturally pushed upon Black men. I do agree with that. Now, what I have found, however, as far as relationship goes, and I think Black women have also found this out as well, and this is kind of like why we're at odds with each other at this point, and that is because when you want something from relationships are a negotiation, and when you want something from another person, what I found is that the person in any negotiation who wants it least wins. Now, what I mean by that is you have a group of men who, if they are on a relationship hype, they want a relationship and traditional families more than anything, then what winds up happening is that the women take advantage of those men. They're like, okay, you want relationship more than anything. That means that you are losing the negotiation. You're going to lose because you want it more than I do. So I'm going to give you a fat single mother, and you're going to be a stepdad, but you get a family, just not the family that you so desire. You see, that is how so many of us lose if in the current scenario. Men will lose if they want a traditional relationship more than they want it. So on both sides have convinced themselves not to want it that bad. That's why we have this strong, independent woman. That's basically her way of saying that I don't want a relationship that bad. Therefore, you have to negotiate. Now, and this is just an observation, brother. What I have noticed is that men want it more. Modern men still want it more than modern women. Why? Because we lose every relationship negotiation. If you ever see like a fat ass bitch at Walmart and a healthy dude holding her purse, he lost the relationship negotiation. He's the loser of the relationship negotiation. They negotiated a situation where he had to work out and she didn't. You see, and there are so many relationship losers in the Black community to suggest that we will pretty much take anything just to have a feeling of a traditional relationship. So yeah, brother. I mean, though what you're saying is true about the culture being pushed upon us, or being sold upon us or marketed to us, I guess is the best term for that. Though what you're saying is true in that regard, we still have displayed through our through our unbalanced relationships that we still want it more, and it's them that got to get in line. They have to show us that they want it more than they should, And how do they do that? They do that by being hotter in every way I determine what hot is. They do it by not having children until I tell them to have children. They do it by getting me a goddamn sandwich. This is how you do it. In every single thing I like, I want you to do it more to me and for me and with me. That and until you do that, because that is the terms of our negotiation. And I will not budge, and I will not carry the purse of a fat ass bitch just for the sake of having a family. Like that's so yeah, exactly. I want it, brother, but I don't want it that much. And I think that that's the reason why you see so many single black men, because we want it, but we don't want it that much. We don't want it enough to put up with a fat ass belligerent bitch. So yeah. And what you're suggesting, though it has some merit, you're suggesting that we go back and take it on their terms. And these are their current terms. And I don't play that shit.
All right. We're gonna keep it pushing. I don't know if the gentleman, I don't even know your name because your YouTube name is Jesus Well Equipped Ministries. I
definitely.
I know you want to respond to that. I do want to throw it around. What name do you go by? What do you want me to call you?
My name is Mark. You got to forgive me. I say I'm not really on the social media like that.
Understood. All right, Mark. Okay, got you. All right, we're gonna pass it down to Jackie. Oh, and by the way, I am right now currently just 3 subscribers away from having 9,000 subs. So I know it's some people watching that ain't subscribed. So could you please go ahead and hit that subscribe button so I can jump right over 9,000? I greatly appreciate that. But
be like, if you don't subscribe, I'm cutting it off.
Yeah. I remember last time I did that when I was closing in on like 6,000 subs. I saw it go down, and it went from like 5,994 to like 5,000.
Yeah,
like 888. Some okay, boom, it just hit 9,000 right there.
I know a lot of y'all got other,
yeah.
Congratulations.
Bernard and Palmer got a low key.
Congrats, Bernard.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. I'm glad I was on.
Yeah, right on. Appreciate it. Thank you to the 3 people who subbed. Now, hopefully, like 10 people don't just jump right off, because that's what people do. they'll jump right off.
Fuck that nigga.
Yeah,
that's how they do you. No, seriously. Every time I hit a milestone and I acknowledged it, I saw it go down at least a couple points. Like people out here dirty. But anyway, go ahead, Jackie. Jack, you got it.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to address kind of what Ed was getting to and what Mark was talking about. I know Mark said he watches Kevin Samuel's show. On there are plenty of women that come on there and say that they deny proposals from men. So you're saying that they have options between the bad guys and the good guys, but the good guys don't want to settle down. Why are they denying proposals from men that they come out and say did nothing wrong? Most of the time they just deny the proposal because they think they could do better. So when it comes down to these women don't have any options because the men just want to go around and have sex. How does that play out with the women that come on KS show and say they deny multiple proposals from decent men?
Okay, I mean, so let's not erase my earlier conversation so that things could be looked at in a balanced way. I told, when the brother asked me earlier, I told about what I agree when it comes to Kevin Samuel, when it comes to his, complaints about the modern day woman. Those things are true, and they're true as a general statement. But I don't look at things from just one side. And so I see the failures on both sides of the fence. I see failures on their side as far as the women, but I also see the failures that occur on our side. And I think there needs to be a repair on both sides, not just one. I'm not saying that there are not any good men out there. And what happens a lot of time is when you have a good man, he chooses the wrong doggone woman. He chooses a woman with, that's not going to respect him, that's not going to give him the place that he needs in life in order to prosper as a man, to run his household and things like that. I see that a lot. Men choose.
Well, can I say this?
I thought you said that.
Real quick, go ahead. If I could say one thing, please. Who makes the choice? The person with more options or the person with fewer options?
I mean, family, can't nobody, I don't know about you, but can't nobody make me, whether I got few options or a lot of them, can't nobody make me choose nothing.
Understood. Once again, who's making a choice? A person with few options or a person with many options?
Okay, for me to put it on the men, if that's what you're trying to get me to do, I am a man. I'm not a woman. And so, family, there's enough mature women out here for a man to choose from. You just got to take your time, and you got to know exactly what.
Again, sir.
Hold on. Can I get in on this argument?
I got you in a second, Uncle Stu.
Right.
Again, brother. Who's making a choice? A person with limited options or a person with maximized options?
Okay. I'm trying to answer your question. If you're asking me, because when you talk about choices, you come down to individuals, and so I'm never going to put choices on a group. Choices come down to individuals.
That's what stats are for.
Okay. Well, let's do it like this. I mean, because the group is the options. So if you have two students, right? One has the option to pretty much go to any university out there, and the other has to choose between DeVry or ITT Tech. So if that person chooses, the person with all the options chooses ITT Tech, wouldn't it be safe to assume that they made the wrong choice when the person that only had two options, they just made the best choice of the options given?
Okay, excuse me. I just kind of got lost in that whole.
Let's move down. Let's hold on real quick before we go to Uncle Stu. Jackie Jack, I do know you was go ahead real quick. I think you was low key kind of trying to catch him up on something. Go ahead.
Yes, because earlier he said that if a guy is a good guy, a good man, he's gonna attract what he is. So why are all these good men attracting women who don't want commitment?
Well, but I just also said, if you remember, that when I say that you attract what you are, I mean, if you are confident, see, a lot of good men aren't confident in what they are. That's one of the things that kind of plague our community too. We have a lot of men that really, let me finish. Let me finish. We have a lot of good men who do not know their value. They work hard. They have all of the right. Desires, but they don't know their value, so they settle. They settle for
That's
irrational.
What Game Changer was talking about.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, I've been painted as the villain. I've been painted as the villain on this show, and so everybody's kind of coming against me. When it's not like I'm not totally disagreeing with everybody. I just look at things from an objective view. I have things that I agree with on one side and disagree. I also have things that I agree with on this side and disagree. But what I'm saying is this: I see a lot. I see a lot on both sides. Why? Because I have women in my life that I love, that I know that are good women, and I see their plight when it comes to finding. Excuse me, let me finish, family, please. when it comes to finding, a man who is marriage-minded and looking to build a house. I can see where they're having issues. I also have a lot. I got one sitting right next to me right now, grown, a good man, great job, unmarried, and he has the same issue when it comes to finding a suitable marriage partner, because sometimes it's rough out there when it comes to what we have to deal with as men and a lot of the mindsets of our women. I've never said that was not a problem. Never said that.
Yeah, but a man that's not confident in who he is. Okay,
wait.
Hold on. We gotta.
Yeah, let's
go.
Yes,
go ahead. We gotta pass it to
You've been
Uncle
waiting.
Stu.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for those super chats. I'm gonna get to those super chats in a second.
Okay.
Go ahead, Uncle Stu.
All right. Let me set this platform, at least for myself, sir. Number one, you are talking. Matter of fact, let me uncam, because see, I let you know I'm bold. First of all, I am married. 2, I have daughters. 3, I understand at a certain age, this is how we would have thought, but the women of today is not the women of yesterday. We have to recognize and concede that women have changed. When we was growing up and the women we had, yes, that's who they were. Today, that's not who they are. Bruh, I want you to understand that I have a 23-year-old son who is dealing with too much. And I also need you to understand that what these men are facing today in the court system, in the child support system, and even in the character and the mindset of women is not that. And we have to start gritting up as older men and recognize things has changed. I have plenty of good men, especially that comes to my platform, and trust and believe they know their worth. They know their value, and I'm even going to argue that black men today know more of their worth and their value than they did when I was growing up. How do I know this? Because you have more black male millionaires today, more black males in the middle class today, more black men are educated today, where back in the 80s, that wasn't the case. So when we don't even acknowledge that black men have stepped up, stepped out, and stepped over a whole lot of things that used to be, it's no longer there. So those 1980s arguments can no longer be subjected to the 21st century man. And so what we have to do, especially if you're married, is step out our little naive box, thinking that every woman is the one we marry. They are not. I am sorry. I have been out there on the dating game before I got married, and what I was recognizing, even with 50-year-old women, was sickening. It was absolutely sickening.
All right, you gonna have me hollering or saying amen in a minute. The way you over there preaching.
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you now. I do have that in my background. But the fact of the matter is that you got these 50-year-old women still acting like they're 20-year-old girls. You got relationships between mother and daughter is almost like they're just best friends. You have to admit, sir, that we did not see all of this twerking, sexual activity, and this grossness out here. We are now the most over-policed black community. Black men are the most over-policed. If we don't choose the right color woman, we wrong. If we don't choose the right relationship, we wrong. We don't do everything just from point A to point B to point C, we wrong. Damn it, it's time for us as older men to stand up and say, hey, maybe what I got in my house is good, but damn it, you black women got to get it right. Now, I have a baby boomer that came to my platform, and even he had to admit that if he was in this dating scene today, he wouldn't date most of these black women today. The church has failed. Let's recognize that first. And then our community has failed. The court system has failed. And it's time for people like you and I to stand up and correct the imbalance that has taken place over the last 20 years. And we're
the debt. When I say
wait, hold on. To everything Uncle Stu said, I gotta drop a had to drop the ball.
Y'all better super chat that. Super chat all that. Stop being cheap.
So definitely what What I'm saying is this: when you say that men know, if men really knew their value, and I'm not talking about the category of men that you just named. I'm not talking about the rich black millionaires, or I'm talking about the average working Joe, the guy that makes
the average working Joe is a black man.
Let me finish.
The average
The
working
guy that
Joe
makes
is a black man.
$50,000 a year.
Okay. All right.
The guy that makes $50,000-$60,000 a year, who's out here dealing with the average woman. Now, many of them, because you're absolutely right about many of the challenges that we face as black men, we face more challenges almost than any other nationality in this country. I know because I'm black. But you still have to accept what somebody's going to give you. That's your choice.
No, you don't, because you make the
don't.
assumption.
No, you don't.
Hold on, Stu. You make the assumption that you got to deal with black women.
My point is, no, you don't. No, you don't. What you accept is, listen, I do a lot of counseling with the men in my circle. And one of the biggest issues we're always talking about is the caliber of women that they be chasing after. And you're right. I like what the sister said, or somebody said, that they want it more. Whoever said that, you're absolutely right. I do see a lot of good men who have the greatest intentions, but if you're not making, I'm gonna call it logical deductions from the individual that you are courting, then there's a part of you that still needs to grow.
I agree with this, brother.
Okay, but ho. No, I'm not gonna agree, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm not gonna agree. I will never tell my black men settle for garbage. I'll never tell my black men just to settle because a black woman won't settle. I be damn, I tell a black man.
Who said settle? Family, I don't know what part of the conversation you heard, but I didn't hear mine.
The average black man who is making middle class money is doing damn good on his own, which means if he finds a good woman and gets with a good woman together, they're going to be in the upper middle class. But I will never tell my brothers settle because
who told somebody to settle?
If that's settling is not in his own community, then he may have to step out that community.
All right.
He's saying something different.
So he's saying that brother settled.
But even
go ahead, game changer. Go ahead, game changer.
No, what Jesus is saying is that brothers settle too often because of lack of options. We feel compelled to take the worst of the best.
Which is what Game Changer was saying.
Yeah,
I know, but do you think that it is a slight amount of gaslighting in there?
It is.
One thing, and to say you're settling, don't settle. You don't have to accept this, but you're also saying, but if you was on point, then you would get this. Or,
no, it is.
Or if you are on point and you are successful, then you must lack some confidence. It's something lacking in you. Right. That's why the woman is acting like that.
Right.
So if you hold on, time out. So if you just fix whatever is inside of you, she'll act a certain way. It's like it's not acknowledging, like Stu said, that the women nowadays are different. You're gaslighting the man and say that hold on. If you do this just right, or even you got yourself together, you're successful. But you lack confidence. You got confidence. Well, you allowing this person in your life. But on the other hand, you say that if you're right, you're going to attract what you are. But then, so if that part was true, you wouldn't even have to make the other argument. It's kind of bouncing all over the place.
Let me bring this together. Let me bring this together real quick. Let me bring this together real quick.
There's several arguments going into play. If you're trying to say that it's black man's fault that the women are this way, then the answer is no, it's not. They're choosing to be this way, and they're trying to leverage modern society against men. However, it is their choice. Now, do I feel that black men capitulate and allow themselves to be leveraged far too often? Then the answer to that is yes. And this is most prevalent in the middle classes because they're the ones who, the average women don't want to be with the average men. Average at best said that she wanted an exceptional man, and she's average as fuck. She's actually below average because she has like a 13-year-old son. So, guys shouldn't settle for that.
But that's not really what he's saying. Like when he said, and this is why
if I can finish.
That's not
you got next, Ed. You got next, Ed. Just hold your thought. You got next.
Yeah. No, I mean, so regardless of what he's saying, like that particular point, I agree with, in the sense that we as black men, we oversettle, that's where you wind up. Fat purse holders, like that's where you wind up. When was the last time you seen an Asian man with a fat ass bitch holding a purse? Like you see, okay, go for it, Edward.
I say that like, Mark, when you say caliber, what are you talking about when you say below caliber?
Well, I don't know that I've said the exact word below caliber.
You did. You said below caliber. The dudes you counsel.
What I
below
mean,
caliber women.
emotionally not fit to build a home with that man.
And what are they typically doing why would they be with a chick emotionally not fit? What are they typically doing?
And that's the whole part of my counseling with them. You know,
no,
like
you're not saying it. I want you to say it and not say it. And why would you be with a woman that is emotionally not fit? What is typically you getting out of them?
I mean, because if you ask me, that most of the men that wind up in that position, a lot of times we're desperate. We're desperate.
You don't want to say it.
I'm listen. You asked me, let me answer, family. What a lot of folks don't realize, I mean, I know that you guys realize because we're men, is that we deal with emotional trauma just the same thing as women, but we may act it out a little bit different. Ours may be like, man, you know, well, I'm just gonna play. I'm not gonna settle. I'm not gonna go through that hurt again. I'm not gonna go through that divorce again. I'm not gonna go through that her taking my kids again. I'm not gonna go through that. I'm just not gonna deal with it. You know, and so, you know, we get out there and you're still the man who you are on the inside. You're still a good man. You still really want the right things. But a lot of times, because now there's conflict and stuff going on inside of you. You know, now you have the one side of you that wants to do the right thing, but now you got all these old walls up. And a lot of times walls make us choose wrong paths.
So the majority of guys you're spinning. Hold on, you're spinning away from it. So the guys that you're counseling are usually already been married. Because see, me, I'm not married. I'm childless. So I would see somebody like Bernard as having a lot more experience and emotional growth in that area, being that he was married, he has kids, he went through the court system. That's not like, so when you say you're counseling on emotional growth, that makes no sense of a guy that's already been through that. Because you have to have a certain level of strength to get past all of that. Because that's like a damn
family. That's not correct though. Family.
So you're saying that you're counseling guys that have already been married.
I'm not telling you theoretical anything.
I'm asking you a question. Are you counseling guys that have already been married, or the majority of guys you counsel have not been married and are just out here dating? Because why would guys that don't know how to settle, why would guys that are already married not know how to settle? They have a legitimate reason. That's different between guys like me that I'm 35, and then you can ask that of me. That's a legitimate question.
But you can't ask that of me because I don't accept the premise.
Hey, Mark, your phone ringing and you got some background noise.
I'm gonna just make my point yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I thought you made it. I was about to pass.
No, I'm gonna make my point so other people can jump in because people want to cook on this. I think what he's saying that the dudes that he counsels are hoes, and like not the dudes but the women, they're hoes. And they don't have emotional growth, and they're with them like thoughts. If you stop dating thoughts and you start dating women like the women that I love and care for that are not like that, then y'all wouldn't have these problems. But the argument I would then make as a counter to that is thought culture is prevalent across the community. So the majority of these women are that way at some level. And again, Kevin showed that by showing how many women get marriage proposals. So these are supposedly the good women they're supposed to be proposing to. And they said no, because they were activating thought activity and thought behavior. So if the men choose the right women, they'll get the right outcome. The problem is, what is the pool of women that are so-called right women? This is where game changer stuff comes in to dealing with how many statistics of these women are overweight, STDs, body count, all of that stuff. That's all. I didn't mean to cut you off, game changer, but that was the thing that he was trying to serve. We know these chicks ain't fat. It's that they hoish. Then the good women that don't get the same sexual access are not physically where they need to be in reference to a guy that's making 70 or 80,000. So anyway, I'm done. I got that in there.
And I just want to dismiss this argument. You said when men get there psychological. Again, you put it on men. I'm sorry, but my brothers are not all mentally disturbed, all mentally broke. Again, we're making excuses for the unaccountability on the other side. So how can I say this? As Edward Anderson already teed up, I am once divorced. I have been through some things in my marriage. I have been through some therapy in my marriage and after my marriage. And bro, when it was time for me to go back out, I was mentally sound, mentally sane, and ain't no therapist going to tell you to get therapy and then say, well, if you still attracting the wrong woman, it's therapeutically your fault. Is not the case. So let's not say that and continue to perpetuate that every time something is wrong, it's the man, it's the man, it's the man. Damn it, I'm sick and tired of every person always saying it's the black man. How about maybe I am finally in my right and in my good, and there's nothing out there for me. Maybe it's not because I'm attracting the wrong woman. It's because she done made all these damn mistakes, all these damn errors, and now she want my money, not because I'm rich, but because she broke. Maybe because she made all those damn bad choices. Now she want to come to me and want me to correct everything she done messed up on. I got daughters, my brother. I done married off daughters before the age of 30 to good men. Why? Because they understood what a good man is, what a bad man is. The problem is that we in our generation has to recognize that women has changed. And when we start ministering or talking or educating men, and we're educating the 20-year-olds or we're educating the 30-year-olds, there are options out there they don't have that we had coming straight out of high school. We can get them so-called good jobs. We can go out there and get those good bag education. We can't get that now. That means the whole situation has changed. What are they teaching in colleges, bruh? They are teaching straight on head feminism. They are teaching straight on head hate for the black man, be afraid of the black man, fear the black man. You talk to a black man that sent his daughter to college, and I know this stuff is being true. So you can't sit here and continue to blame us. And the thing that you're talking about is only 15%. What about the 85%? The hell with the 15%. When do we stand up for the 85%? Edward Anderson just said he's 35 and childless. What about standing up for him? When do we stand up for them? Instead of standing up for these damn weak
family, I don't know about you, family, but I stand up for them every day. I'm sitting here, family, with one right now. Excuse me, I'm sitting here with one right now. And if I go down the phone calls, they keep cutting me off, are the men that you're talking about. So, you know, if you're asking, family, when we gonna stand up, family, we standing up now. The whole reason I'm on this conversation, family, is because I am an educated family, 6-figure earning black man. I don't have to, there's no shaking around, there's no putting down. I would be putting down myself. That don't make no sense. But we're able, family, to, you should be able to have an objective, because I'm gonna tell you something. I love our black women just like I love our black men.
Just because I love black men doesn't mean I hate black women.
I love our black women.
Go. That's disingenuous.
Hold on, let it.
That's disingenuous. I love black women. I'm married to a black woman, raised black daughter. That's disingenuous. Because I stand up for men doesn't mean I hate black women.
Okay, and just because I state what I state don't mean I hate black men either.
Here's the problem, Mark. The problem is this: is that you're coming in here with the idea of we're on one side, like Stu said. Stu got daughters that he's married off. You're dealing with dudes that are married, were married, and single. You of different age groups that you've seen. We got a lot. Hell, we can get a dude that's currently married right now.
Now, regardless. Excuse me. Hello.
Because I'm about to hop off. But here's my point. The point is that you're coming on here with the idea that you're trying to bring balance to an unbalanced conversation. The truth is, Obsidian was on here literally like 40 minutes before you got on here, and I was listening to it, and he was already doing that. You know, he's written a book about these relations and stuff like that. I mean, the host of the show was married, taking care of his kids. You know, like all the stuff you're not
Still
bringing
currently.
balance to. Yeah, you're not bringing balance.
Taking
I
care.
get it. You have a right to an opinion. But what you're not bringing, you think you bringing balance to an unbalanced conversation is not unbalanced. It's that it's only if
Okay,
people
yeah.
tend to have a problem. People only tend to have a problem when the heat is being put on the sisters too much. Everybody on this panel has basically had some words for what black men are doing fucking up at one point or another. Every last person on this
Yeah,
panel.
well, I haven't had any words yet, so I'm gonna try and get some words in right now because I think respect
got
the
it.
panel. Hello, esteemed colleague Bernardo. You know I love you, brother. I just want these older brothers right here to understand that I think that the whole consensus within the chat and the panel right now is that everybody is trying to tell y'all that basically we understand that you're married. We understand that you make 6 figures. And I mean, that's real great and all, you know, but what based on the statistics, according to black men, most black men are single. At least half of black men have not even fathered a child at this point in time, and therefore what this is directed to, this specific conversation here, from what I've gathered, is directed to the men that have yet to find that slice of happiness that you two older brothers, shouts out and God bless to you, have found. You know what I mean? And so therefore we have to keep the conversation focused on those brothers who need to know what it is to date and mate and to learn how to interact with females circa 2022, not circa 66 or circa 75. And, you know, no disrespect to you, but, you know, this is a different time. This is a different era. And this is what brothers are coping with right now. And part of the reason why they might have these problems that they do in the dating arena is because they are still up to this point listening to you guys instead of listening to guys that have experience now, guys that are not new to the world of interracial dating, guys that have been around the world, that have traveled, who don't have to say that the SYSBM or to actually claim a faction to know what the hell they're talking about. They've just lived their lives. They've done things. I don't like to personalize things, but I mean, like, I'm one of those guys. You know what I mean? I'm a Generation Xer. I just turned 42 the other day. You know what I mean? And there's a whole wide world out there that a lot of black brothers aren't connected with. And part of the reason is for what one of the older brothers said. Now, I'm on that because that's one of the only true things that I heard him say up to this point in the stream, is that a lot of brothers don't believe in themselves. A lot of brothers don't see that they have the power, you know, to go in any other direction than, you know, where the community has taught them to go or has told them is the right way to go, you know, even though that usually a lot of the times, man, I mean, after, you know, the last 40 or 50 years, we could say that's right into a brick wall.
Okay,
All right, good stuff. Good stuff.
I
Real quick.
gotta defend myself. First of all, I know for a fact you did not hear a word I said.
Wait, hold on. Wait, time out. I think he was responding to Mark.
No,
not
he
you.
said older guys. That includes me.
Oh, okay. You got to
No.
I was speaking to whoever said. I was speaking to whoever said that a lot of the black men don't believe in themselves. Whoever on the panel, whether it was you or whether it was
I'm out here.
believer.
Yeah, I'm out here defending big time my brothers, especially those younger than me. So I know that I'm fighting for that side. Yeah. Okay.
All right, real quick. Hold on, Mark. I know you.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Mark. I know you want to jump in. The one, first off, the views are wonderful. Thank you, everybody who's in the building right now. Hit the like button. Like I said earlier, I went over 9,000 subs. It's still kind of rising. If you're in here and you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I do appreciate it. But we're going to be getting off the air fairly soon. But so I do want to throw it to Lion Selassie at the bottom. I want you to get some words in before we scoot up out of here. So go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yes. Yeah. What what the older guy was saying, was
Be careful
You know,
which
with
older
Stu.
guy, because you don't want Uncle Stu to jump on you. Which one you talking
Yeah,
about?
Uncle Stu. Well, I mean, what he was saying was like, you know,
Okay.
true. I think that and what you know, and it comes down
Hey,
to
dude, real quick. Like it's like some shifting or something going on. Are you stationary right now?
They say, "Are you snorting a line of coke?"
yeah,
I said
I'm using my
No,
phone.
that's what Al Boogie said. Like the chat is crazy. Make sure
Okay.
y'all subscribe. Get them likes up if y'all in here. Likes are free.
Yeah. Get the likes up, but no, try to get whatever that background noise is out of the way. Try to be as still as possible or something. But go ahead, you got the floor.
Yeah, because what the other guy was making a claim that this ain't 1950s, and I think that also like the other lady was saying that they're getting marriage proposals and all this stuff, and the numbers are not lying, and you look at the numbers, and the numbers does reflect the reality, you know what I'm saying? So it's only like, you know, like Edward Anderson saying a small percentage of dudes getting all these women pregnant. So how is it all the blame is going to be like on the dudes and stuff like that? So it's unbalanced. So it can't be all this type of stuff. So it falls more on the accountability of the women, because a lot of these dudes are choosing not to even have kids with these women. So or marry them. So dudes are checking out, and like I'm a millennial, so it's even you go down to Gen Z, it's even worse. I saw some of the BGS posts that were why young dudes don't want to date. You talking about guys that are like 21 years old and stuff. They ain't even had nothing to deal with, so that's bad. And I'm saying, so it's getting to that point where dudes are now, they checking out early. So I mean, this is a crisis. So right there, that speaks for itself. All right.
All right, cool. Appreciate you coming on up. Who we got? This is Tan.
Yeah, Tan's cool.
Yeah.
What's
No,
up?
I know he's
What's
cool.
up?
I know he's cool. He sent a heavy-handed cash app earlier. I'm looking at right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you.
Shout out to you. He said, and it was for. I'm just now reading it. It was to throw homeboy off the panel.
Damn, he said, "Oh,
That nigga tech, dog.
No,
That
you
nigga
gotta
market
declare.
tech.
You gotta declare.
That's okay.
Well, Bernard has to declare a bounty rule in order for that.
Yeah. We gotta agree to the
Okay,
bounty.
It's a
okay.
procedural.
And
So
then-
next
So
time,
let me get that 100 back. No, I'm joking.
So next
I'm
time,
joking.
at Bernard in the chat, and then he'll declare it. Then you can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay.
with the show
But,
wrapping up either way. But go ahead. You
You're
got
gonna have
the
to
floor. You got
save
the
that
mic.
for like J Speed next time. Yeah, I said that. And
What's
put
up,
it in
Ed?
the
What's up,
layaway.
Bernard? What's up, Game Changer,
What's
man?
going
Mark, man, I think I know you're older. I'm 30. I got my own truck. I'm owner operator, man. These women are not worth what you think they are out here. Even for a good guy like me, with no kids, 30, six-figure guy, as you know, I'm an owner operator. You know how the math works. Man, I probably couldn't get a lot of women on my program of my own culture. Now, I have a fiance, you know what I mean? But she even seen an example of me and my homie coming up and
Wait, hold on.
doing
Let me ask you an important question, because people get confused by this. Are you
Yeah.
talking about? You're not saying you just had a problem just getting the women. It was getting one that acts the way you need them to act and being on your program and acting right. It's not about. You're not talking about sexual access. You're
Great
talking
point.
about. You're talking. Are you talking about sexual access? Or are you talking about behavior, a sustained behavior over a period of time?
Oh no, it wasn't, especially from our women. So as a
What you talking
whole,
about,
it's
huh?
hard. I said behavior wise.
Okay, got you. All right.
Uh,
Cause no,
our woman as a whole behavior
was
are
going to
not
charge somebody
in
was going to charge
tune
you
with
up with
working with a man.
Okay. Oh no, I got you.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious about exactly, because I heard what you said about what you're doing and the money you're making and so on and so forth. I got that, and I know that you have a fiance, but I'm just curious. Exactly what do you need for her to work with you on? I'm just curious.
What I need her to work with me on, it was understanding that I was going to be gone for a long period of time. I understand that there's time that I need for her to distress me from work. Understanding that, hey, you're working towards more than what you see right now, so keep it going. She introduced me the book The Secret. She was feeding it to me, you know what I mean? So what she was giving me wasn't
Are you
something
talking
that I
about your
can.
fiance now, right? With the
Yeah,
secret.
my fiance now. Yeah, my fiance now.
No,
Yes, yes.
wait. Well,
Go ahead, Obsidian.
no, I was just okay. All right. Yeah.
So a lot of our women aren't doing that. Period. Just period. My girl, like I said before, she's black and Latina. Her mom and grandma is Mexican. She got that side of being a wife correct. You know what I mean? Her cousins got a black mom, and they kind of on the. I know this may rub somebody the wrong way. They ain't really wife materials. I mean, wife material. You know what I mean? So my girl can tell you a lot of girls out here of our culture is just not wife material at all. Just point blank period.
It's a
So I
software
was just
issue.
trying to tell that to Mark, like,
I
man,
agree.
even if you, even when you
Family,
on your
I
P's
would
and Q's
agree.
making six
It would
figures,
only
man,
rub
the bottom
somebody
don't
the
even
wrong
be
way
on.
if it was true.
I'm sorry.
All
Go ahead.
right, too many. Shout out to O'Shea. Too many niggas. All right. All
Go
right.
ahead, Mark.
Who
What were you
was
saying?
trying to speak? A lot of people was trying to speak.
Yeah, Mark, that was Mark. I jumped in, but
Yeah.
I'm not trying to interrupt the man's conversation. So if he's not finished, I'll mute myself.
No, I think he was finished. I think everybody started trying to speak at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I was
actually,
asking Mark
those,
what he was saying.
Oh, okay. I definitely, family. First off, I'm 42 years old, so
Yeah.
I'm not an old man. Second off, family, I come from the street. I was born and raised, family, in the Los Angeles area. I've gang banged for 15 years, did 16 years in prison. Family, I'm not talking about something I don't know. I know about ratchet women, but I also know, family, about growing up. I also know about maturity, and also know about choice, and that's what I'm talking about with young men. Or if you're single and you're making a good living for yourself, that's one of the problems I see with us is we're making wrong choices, whether it's out of hurt, whether out of past baggage, whether it's out of being raised wrong or not having the tools that you need to make the proper choices and things of that nature. Family, I'm in agreement with probably a good 70% of stuff that's being said here. But at the same time, when I started off saying, I started speaking as a community as a whole. Now, and you have to divide the community, the general conversation from the Pacific ones. When we get to talk about Pacifics, when you talk about choice in woman, I don't care, family, what's out here. The truth is it comes down to what you choose. That's the bottom line. Because to say that, then you'll be saying that I can't find a wife out here. And family, that's just like women.
But
That's
not.
the same argument with women have against men.
You're
I
saying
can't
like
find
everything and nothing at the same. Like, dude, you said you were talking about the community, but then
Yeah.
you said you coming down to what you choose when he pretty much split the difference as far as getting a black woman is mixed with Latin, and he's telling you the software is what the software is. All right, like I said, I'm about to hop off and I'll let y'all rock it out. I want to say this.
See you, Ed.
Hold
See
on,
you,
I
Ed.
want to say this in the chat with Healing Force. Healing Force said, Edward, I say masculinity is forced because the rate of black men are locked up, leaving the women to work and provide. Sometimes that's their unfortunate.
What?
Healing Force. That is a lie. Today,
Yeah.
like in the last 20
Yeah,
years,
that
that is a lie.
crazy.
It's
That's a
been
lie.
it's been actually, but she's been saying that the whole time in the chat. And my thing is, this is
That's
why
what she
when
wants to
that
believe.
lady,
It's insane.
yeah, this is hold on. This
It's
is why when that
insane,
lady,
basically.
this is hold on, but this is why when that lady came up, the chick that everybody wanted to do daddy daughter time with, you were talking to, we'll say that chick's and we're disagreeing on the color tone, which I'm not gonna lie on that hill. That's why she's messed up. And this is the thing Mark needs to understand is you got women that are other. I say 20% of these women are like within what I say the realm of common sense. And then you understand a lot of them women are already married. Then what you got is you got this 21 to 39. They could probably get to 40, but the problem is they are around women like Healing Force that she may not be mean, may not be evil, but just like how in the beginning of this stream,
Yeah, they're basically they're
how
fat.
you had me,
They're fat.
hold on,
They're
like
screwed
you
off
had
of colorism
mediocre,
and they're
hold
angry.
on, like how you had mediocre and Kevin talking to him, and they were saying crazy stuff. When women are synced around each other, they say stupid shit because nobody wants to be in the out group. So, and then it used to be the elder women, they're supposed to check that. That's virtually not existent, which is why you see a rise of men really doing it. So my point is, even if she's not being mean or ratchet, the shit she's saying is not only patently false, it's outright lying. Like, at best, when 10%, it was like at the worst, it was like what, 10% or 12% of black men at any given time could be in prison. Meaning
Shit,
they were
right,
in
yeah.
prison in their life, not meaning 10% of niggas are in jail
Exactly.
at once. And y'all always told when you, so you can't use but let's say 10% of adult black
Like
men were in jail.
1.2 million black men.
Let's say,
That's
yeah,
like
let's say
1.2
that.
million
That
black
is not
men, right?
that does not create enough number to be forced masculinity. And by the way, and here's another thing. Let's give you everything you said. Let's give it all to you. How the fuck do you got Afghani women and you got women in the Eastern Bloc? But fuck the Ukraine shit, bro, even though that's important. I'm talking about the stuff Bill Clinton had to go through. What was that
Yeah,
thing?
let's
like
not take it around the world, man. Let's keep it in America.
No,
Let's keep it on
hold
our
on. Stop
soil.
trying to
Let's
cut
keep
me
it on
off.
our soil.
We know you
Hold
gotta
on.
ask. Yeah, my point is that you got women that they are in war-torn situations that arguably should create a more masculine female, yet it doesn't. You all are pretty much saying because I had to get a fucking job, I became masculine. Then historically, and now I'm landing it, historically, black women have always worked. So that's bullshit. Black women are more masculine today than they were 100 years ago when they were under much more harsher conditions as far as quality of life, whether they were married or not. We got the
We were
microwave.
not
we
around
got
100 years ago. We cannot speculate on that for sure, man. That's not
Okay,
something we
he's
speculate.
bullshitting. He's bullshitting.
All right.
So basically, we can't speculate that slavery was worse for black people than what we live today, right? We can't speculate on that either, right?
All right. We about to wrap
Stop-
this
stop
thing
Is that really a
up.
question?
Hold on.
I don't know. You brought it up.
Hold on. We about to wrap this thing up. It was some people that sent some super chats that I didn't even get a chance to get to. Shout out to Sodomy and Chicken. Shout out to JC. Oh, that was a good point, man. Adapt to the women that, well, that's a whole nother story. But anyway, JC the Conqueror in the building. He says, bro, not black men fought why women are failing. Spiritual Logic Hawk in the building says, salute Bernard, congrats on 9K, bro. Been putting in that work. Absolutely. My man Perfect Blackness in the building says, I'm so sick of this both sides ism when black men are at fault. We can't say both sides. We have to eat our accountability. When it's black women's turn, it got to be both sides to share the fault. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Car designer Chris in the building says, I hate to say it, but the women he's talking about attractive women who can't find a good man. Sodomy and Chicken back in here again. He said Mexican men make less than black men, but they don't seem to have the same issue with Mexican women. It's not the money, it's the culture. Good point. I'm rolling with Stu. Shout out to Healing for Wellness, Nurse Fancy. That's interesting. Emmett Ben Israel in the building says super chat for Stu. Good show, Bernard. And Uncle Stu's still in here. Because yeah, make sure you hit me up on the email. I gotta get on your show. Hit up my email. JC the Conqueror.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. JC the Conqueror in the building says, sir, I'm married and I'm telling you, you are wrong. Jared, I said bigotry. But shout out to you. Appreciate you sending the super chat. He said these black men have not raised the women they are dating. I like that point. How is it the fault of men when are women responsible for their own actions? That is a fair point. Pretending like the men who are out in the dating market had a hand in the raising of the women who are problematic. The only thing they could do is go forward and have a hand in raising the kids that they produce, but they can't raise the women who they meet at 25, and the woman is 25 and he's 25. Whatever she is, that's what she is. So I reject the premise of that argument that if he just was a super nigga, she'll fall in line and act right. No, I don't buy that. But yeah. Anyway. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate everybody who came through, super chatted, like, shared, subscribed, did everything. Thank y'all for getting me over 9K subs. I'm sitting on 9,020 right now. 9,020 subs. I do appreciate everybody in the building. This was a great show. We hit 600 live views. I like when the numbers are that good, but we got to get up out of here because I'm not doing a super marathon. But thank you everybody in the building, and once again, thanks to moderator of the year, at least on my channel, RM. She did just sign up on the Patreon end. She's definitely putting in great work for the show. I do appreciate Do appreciate you. And with that said, we are out of here. Anybody going live right now who's on, or Game Changer and Ed just left? But all right, and Tan, thank you for that $100.
I'll be on.
Okay, catch that. Obsidian, you going? Well, no, I think Obsidian, you got a pre-record. I think that's coming down.
Yeah, I got a premiere. I'm going to adjust it right now. It'll be going live at 3 p.m. EST. Another episode of me and Miss Brown Sugar. As a matter of fact, we're going to be talking about the state of the Black manosphere, a question that's been very much on everybody's mind of late, and we have quite a bit to say about it. So head on over there in about 15 minutes. It'll be going live.
All right.
See you over there, man.
All right. Peace, everybody. We out of here.
Peace.